out, Ms. Wade?
Yes. Whereas the Powhatan County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Powhatan County School Board hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
All right. In agreement, please?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passed. That certification is accepted 5-0. All right, moving down to the Dr. Tigan's section here on the crisis plan.
Yes, this evening this afternoon, as part of closed session, you all did have the opportunity to review our updated crisis plan. And one of the things that we're required by the Code of Virginia to do is to certify that plan, knowing that we have updated it and have appropriate crisis intervention plans, let's say, in place for each of our schools.
Okay, so I'd like a motion, please,
I make a motion that we accept it as stated.
and a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, next is the approval of the personnel docket and the addendum. Motion, please. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have anything you needed to add to that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion to go ahead and approve the docket and the attachment, the addendum.
And the addendum. All right, thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, this ends our workshop, and we will switch over. Well, let's see, we have 7 minutes. So y'all can talk among yourself quietly for 7 minutes, and then we'll reconvene. All board members are present, along with our superintendent and deputy clerk, Kelsey Bryce. If you would stand now for the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. Thank you.
Join me for prayer, if you will. Heavenly Father, this evening we come before you and we ask that you will bless this time together. Lord, we're grateful for the county we live in. We're grateful for the school system. We're excited for school starting back in just a few days. And so we pray that your blessing would rest upon this county and our schools, our students, our teachers. And Lord, tonight as we convene this meeting, we pray that you would give us wisdom to govern and to lead and to make the right decisions. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right, I need an approval of agenda for this meeting.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the agenda as is.
And do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Approval of the minutes. Motion,
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as posted.
second,
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? All right, motion carries. Any questions on the review of bills and receipts?
I have a question.
Okay, Ms. Ward?
I was trying to get to it quickly here. In regards to the checkbook, I was reviewing charges from Sands Anderson for this past 6 weeks. Could someone help give further explanation as to what those services were for?
Do you have a date? Ms. Ward, do you have a date?
Yeah, I'm trying to get board docs to move pretty quickly on me right now.
I'd be happy to provide more,
I'm trying to,
more details on some of it. There are some of it regarding legal services that are related to, we participate in their training program where our staff can access training every month on different aspects of legal matters. Most, often around students with disabilities and making sure that we're in compliance. They also do our training for our Title IX for all of our staff, but I will also be able to share more clearly. We'll get you bill by bill that you can look at, you can come in and look at, if that's okay.
okay. If there's training that's offered by, because I did go back and I saw where we did have training in the past presented by them that we have to pay them for, but I was able to find simultaneously that the Virginia Department of Education offers that same type and similar training at no charge. So that might be a way that we could try and help cut down some cost in regards to, having free services versus from VDOE versus having to pay for that. That would be great. And then there's a big, huge ticket item here dated July 3rd for $17,835. And it looks like that's from an injunction against, I guess, an advocate, right?
It is a case we're involved in,
Okay.
where there were duplicative due process hearings, and there was a request for an injunction.
And so I know we've had a discussion since July 1, the law has now changed. So do you feel that we will no longer have to spend within a 30 to 45-day period, almost $18,000 to help stop an advocate.
I don't know that I could explicitly say yes to that, because also I'm not aware of any difference in training that's been provided to the hearing officers, and it's relying upon the hearing officers to be able to see and understand when duplicative due processes are hired. But, the hope, I know that's why that bill was put forward and passed, was because the hope is that it does provide some relief for school divisions.
Right, because I have some, speaking for constituents and for myself personally, I have huge concerns if we're going to be still looking at $17,000, $18,000, $19,000, $20,000 a month by Sands Anderson to try and eliminate an advocate that is no longer representing any of our children in our county. This is our county tax dollars, so I'd like for us as a board to pay more attention to that and see what we can do to try and help keep that limited.
And also maybe we can provide a cost analysis of what it has cost us in staff, staff turnover, and other impacts, because it's not, the impact of these duplicative due process hearings are greater than the attorney's fees as well.
So hopefully
So
with the combination of the July 1 law that's taking place, and then us trying to be a little more fiscally responsible, we can help maybe reduce some of those costs. Hopefully.
I'm not going to promise. There's always a hope. I mean, that, people have a right to sue over things, and I think that the school division, I realize that's up to you as a board, have the right to defend yourselves and how you see it best fits.
Madam Chair? Yes. That bill that Mrs. Ward is discussing is House Bill 2606, and our Delegate Lee Ware fought hard with the help of Mr. Asep to get that passed. And I agree with Dr. Tigan that we're not certain of the enforcement, how well the people are going to be trained for that. I've tried to find that out. What I have been told is that they're hoping to watch it very closely to cut down on situations that we face that cost us huge hundreds of thousands of dollars. I do want to say one thing, that we have to move money around like we had to last year. Our budget year ended July 1st, and I was questioned about, we spent several $100,000 more than what we budgeted for legal bills, and I was asked where that money came from. And that it was very awkward for me because I couldn't say where the money came from. So I think as a board, we need to look at not making it so cumbersome for staff, but we need to, on certain amounts of money, we need to know if we ran out of money in a category, what category we robbed Peter to pay Paul, so to say, so that we can answer those questions. Because I felt very uncomfortable when someone asked me that last week, and I had no clue. There was no way. I was like, well, so, I don't want to tell any fibs. I want to represent totally transparent to the public, like where we get funds from when we run out a certain category. And it may not just be legal. They asked me about, because I commented on the food service, how we were short over 20-some thousand. And they asked me, well, where did that money come from? And I couldn't answer that question either. So I think it would be really good, even if you want to do it in the consent agenda, Dr. Tigan, when money has to be moved over, if you could just say where, hey, we took it from this category.
Well, there is a summary of that you approve each month. This month, it's item 6A, which is
Okay,
the
let me get to
monthly
that.
financial report, where Mrs. Holloway shows all of the transfers.
July, wait a minute, the revenue? I'm looking at 6A. Well, maybe you, when we get to that.
Because
you
you'll
can-
see where it says right, we can pull it up when we get there.
Yeah,
but it
that'd be
has-
best to stick
It
with
has
our
the
agenda.
adopted budget, the revisions, and the
Well, does
revised
it tell what,
budget.
I didn't see where it showed what category it came from.
It says whether it's instruction or total admin or transportation.
Okay.
Or gives each category and shows
And
that
where the money
moves.
went to?
Yeah, we've been showing that. I think this was an addition at the beginning of last fiscal year.
Okay, well, maybe it wasn't clear to me, and I can get a lesson on that when we get to 6A. Thanks.
Welcome.
Madam Chair, can I ask a follow-up question?
Certainly.
Dr. Tigan, when we are billed by our legal representatives, is it monthly or is it every other month, quarterly, or is it when it builds up to a certain point?
It varies. I mean, usually we get monthly bills, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean, that everything in July is from July 1 to July 30th. It can vary,
And it's a combination of all sorts of legal services that they've done,
Yes.
not necessarily one particular thing.
Yes, that's true.
So, yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not drawing certain conclusions that all of the 17,000 is one particular thing in 1 month.
Or one advocate either, quite honestly.
Yeah.
Dr. Tigan?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have more than one advocate?
Well, I wouldn't call it advocate.
I mean, that we're
We
going
have-
after?
We have families that come with legal, they'll bring an attorney with them. And if they are bringing attorney, our practice is that we have our attorneys there.
Okay, thank you.
We're good? All right, let's move on. Recognitions.
It's exciting tonight. We have, we're going to start with our career and technical students, what we now call career and workforce development. But it's still the CTE organization. But we have with us tonight our state champions. I don't know if can congratulate our state champions here.
All right, as Dr. Tigan said, our first recognition is for our students who placed in their Career and Technical Student Organization state competition. Our FFA state competition was at Virginia Tech in June of 2025. So first up is our PHS FFA Senior Agricultural Mechanics state competition. First place in eligibility to participate in FFA national competition in Indiana in October 2025. First place overall is Parker Smith. Eighth place overall is Carter Eastep. And our team members are Samantha Finns, Carter Eastep, Parker Smith, and Jonah Davidson. We'd also like to recognize their coach, Mr. Whitlow. Yeah, we could do individuals and then all together. It's fine. For being a part of the team and first place. All right, next up we have our PHS FFA Senior State Horse Judging Competition. Second place is in Hipology and eligibility to participate in FFA National Competition, also in October in Ohio. Fourth place was Horse Evaluation. And our team members are Kennedy Martin, Savannah Morris, Reagan Kearns, and Madeline Chaffins. And then we'd also like to recognize Reagan Kearns. She was sixth place overall with the state in Hipology. And last but not least, our coaches, Caitlin Smith and Emily Maynard. All right, up next is our PHS FFA Junior Agricultural Mechanics State Competition. They placed second, and our team members are Caleb Hill, Garrett Smith, Luke Eastep, and Joseph Arnold. And then we'd also like to recognize their coach, Mr. Whitlow. All right, our last recognition under this category is going to go to our middle school FFA state competitions. Small Animal Care Career Development event placed ninth, and the team members are Kelsey Ryman, Addie Lehman, Olivia Coddington, Autumn Robbins. And I'd also like to recognize their coach. I don't know if I've seen her. She's sick. Okay, but it is Mrs. Jennifer Baker. And then also for everyone in the audience, Mrs. Catherine Garrett's with us. She is our career and workforce development specialist, so she supports everything. All right, our next recognition tonight is the Virginia Association of Trade and Industrial Education's New Trade and Industrial Teacher of the Year. Mrs. Donna Hazelwood was named the VETI Outstanding New Career and Technical Educator for 2024-2025 at the annual Virginia Association of Trade and Industrial Educators Conference in Norfolk. To be named VETI Outstanding New Career and Technical Educator, teachers are identified based on outstanding contributions as new trade and industrial education teachers. Nominees must be full-time, active in trade and industrial education area that has taught at the secondary level a minimum of 3 years, but not more than 5 years, and must be a VETI member for 3 years. Mrs. Hazelwood is beginning her 3rd year of teaching cosmetology at Powhatan High School. In Mrs. Hazelwood's 2nd-year cosmetology program, she prepares her students to take the Virginia Cosmetology Licensure Exam prior to graduation, and many students sign contracts of employment prior to graduating from PHS. Her students are immediately enjoyable, employable, and ready to begin their careers upon graduation. Congratulations, Mrs. Hazelwood. All right, I do apologize. We do have one more recognition. Oh, yeah, absolutely. She just said her cosmetology teacher has joined her today. All right, we're going to go back to PMS FFA. All right, so our PMS FFA state competition with agricultural mechanics and technology, this team placed 13th. Our team members are Addie Lehman, Jamison Burris, Hunter Smith, and Hayden Colombo Powell. And their coach is also Mrs. Baker. Yes, we are ending recognitions for tonight. Thank you.
All right, now we will hear from our school liaison, Ella Yarhouse.
Report, which is happening today in August. The beginning of the 2025-2026 school year is fast approaching, but before we move on from summer, I'd like to take a moment to recognize a few events in Powhatan counties that took place in July, starting with Powhatan High School. I'm pleased to announce that 8 individuals graduated from the summer class of 2025. The ceremony took place here at the Powhatan Landmark Center and included light refreshments for the graduates, their friends, and family. Congratulations to Abigail Tate, Avery Reese, Caroline Mooring, Caleb Fuentes, Mary Finns, Liliana Davis, Nathan Butler, and Olivia Brown on their accomplishments. Our middle school students and families have been collecting can tabs to donate to the Ronald McDonald House. Everyone has been excitedly contributing to the middle school's collections. Even the students that I spoke with mentioned using it as an excuse to drink an extra Dr. Pepper. Siblings at the elementary school and high schools have also been donating their can tabs for the Ronald McDonald House. A few students I spoke with mentioned that they were also planning on writing cards that they'd like to donate along with their can tabs to the children in local hospitals. Summer camps and academic studies are continuing to come to a close in our elementary schools as the new school year approaches. Students had the opportunity to participate in summer school classes to advance or catch up on their studies. After speaking with individuals who attended these classes, it was clear that they appreciated the attention and help from teachers and staff. At Flat Rock Elementary School, they also hosted a college boot camp for the rising seniors at the high school, and this included counselors and college admissions representatives to help guide these students through the admissions process. Finally, I spoke with students and parents, asking them how they were preparing for the upcoming school year, and I'd like to share with you what they said. The most common response from the elementary students is that they were excited for school spirit weeks. Parents of these elementary students mentioned that they were helping their children by getting them to bed earlier so that the transition to the school schedule would be much easier. From our middle school, students expressed their enthusiasm for seeing their friends on a daily basis again, and parents shared that they were encouraging their students to establish and maintain a routine that would help them once school began. At the high school, underclassmen explained that they were excited to join new clubs and try out new activities within the high school. Upperclassmen, on the other hand, said that they were looking forward to seeing their friends, attending sports games, and enjoying senior privileges. Parents of the underclassmen explained that they were encouraging their children to try new things and make the most of their high school experience. And the most common response I received from upperclassmen parents is that they were preparing for back to school by simply supporting their child through their journey. Overall, it was an exciting month, and I'm sure that there's more to come. I want to thank the teachers and staff members who were working over the summer, the students and parents who participated in my survey. Please continue to share your thoughts with me, and I'm looking forward to the school year.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Tigan, you want to go with these presentations?
Yes, Madam Chair. The first presentation will be a video that has been created by Ms. McFarland related to our Powhatan Education Foundation Classroom Innovation Grants. As many in the community may or may not know, they fund these grants each year. We are currently already receiving new ones for the 25-26 school year. The maximum amount that teachers could apply for was $3,000. And so you're going to see tonight some of the things that happened in our classrooms because of not only the innovative nature of our teachers and our specialists, but also with how the Powhatan Education Foundation funds these types of activities so that more innovative things can happen in our classrooms. And so thank you, Ms. McFarland. That's okay. I know that the Powhatan Education Foundation, some of the individuals who'd wanted to be here tonight had other engagements, and I don't believe I see anyone, but just thought I would check to see if any of our board members are here this evening. Well, hopefully this will inspire other teachers to think outside the box and to put forward their applications. They have until September 19th to submit their application for this year's consideration. And we thank the Powhatan Education Foundation for their support.
Go ahead.
The next presentation is our reading performance and into reading update. And Ms. Tracy Engel will be coming forward to share a presentation.
All right, good evening. I'm excited to be here to share our PCPS literacy update. We have a clicker here. Is there a trick to this, Kelsey? Thank you. Okay, so tonight I'm going to share with you the VALS wristbands and performance data for grades K through 2. I'm going to share with you the performance on our SOL scores for grades 3 through 11 for English, and then a VLA update overall. Okay, so here on this slide, you'll see our assessment schedule for VALS, which is the Virginia Language and Literacy Screening, is in the fall. We test in the fall, the mid-year, and the spring. And this is for our K2 students. And once the students are assessed, they're put into a risk band. And so they're either low risk, meaning that they don't need any support, moderate risk, they might need targeted support in the classroom, or high risk, that they might need intervention. So this school year, in the fall, our last school year, 2024, our kindergartners that came in, we had 176 kindergartners that tested in the low to moderate straight out the gate in the fall. And then in the spring, we had 215 students, or 91% of our students, tested in the low to moderate range, which is pretty awesome. So that means that the majority of our students are coming into first grade ready to read, ready to rock and roll. And so we have 9% of our students may need additional support with intervention. For first grade this past fall, we had 77% of our first graders enter first grade at the low to moderate range. And then in the spring, we had 71% enter in the low to moderate range. So we kind of took a little step back with that. And so we took a look at why that might be. And we noticed that in our new HMH program, that some of the phonics skills that were being taught in that program were taught later and not as close to the assessment window. They were too close to the assessment window. And so what we've done is we've changed our pacing to incorporate them earlier so that those students will have more repetitive practice with those skills earlier on and be more prepared for that assessment in the spring. The other component that we noticed with first grade was there was a pseudo word component, which is a nonsense word part of the test. And our first graders, when they were trying to read those words, they were trying to make them real words instead of the nonsense words that they were. So we've also incorporated that in our updated pacing so that the students will have more practice with those nonsense words. And then, of course, you'll see in second grade we had 73% enter in low to moderate, and then in the spring 74% were low to moderate. So we're in pretty good shape with where our students are right now for reading with VALS. So our SOL test results, you'll see here our 2023 to 2024 results, and then our 2024 to 2025 results. And I think, Kelsey, if you go ahead and hit that next button, let's see if the color, keep going. And then one more time. All right, and one more time, and then one more time. All right, so we're going to take a look at cohorts. So if you'll take a look at 2023, our third graders at Pocahontas Elementary, they tested on the SOL, the reading SOL, at 76% pass rate. And then as fourth graders, those students also tested at around a 76%. Let's round up. Let's use some math. 77% as fourth graders. Our Flat Rock students went from 75% to 83%, and then our Powhatan Elementary students went from 68% to 78%. So that's pretty awesome in a year of new tests, new SOL tests, new resources that we were using. So our students did pretty well. And then next slide. Okay, and then keep clicking, Kelsey, it'll, same thing. So here for fourth grade, in Pocahontas, they went from 73 to 77, 86 to 79, so we took a dip there, and then 91 to 88% from fourth to fifth grade. Okay. All right, so the things that we did to adjust and try to improve for this upcoming school year is we revised the pacing guides to better meet the needs of the students and the rigor of the new standards. We adjusted our module assessments to be more SOL-like, so students had more practice with those SOL questions. We had some of that, but we needed more, and so that's what we've done. We're continuing to support our Tier 3 students and teachers through reading coaches. We have an additional reading coach this year that was added. Thank you very much. Tia Stout is going to be working between Flat Rock Elementary School and Pocahontas Elementary School, specifically with the focus of our Tier 3 and special education students in mind. So she'll be working with those teachers and students. We're going to continue to collaborate with special education, between the special education department and the English department to support all of our students in the ELA classroom. Next. Okay, so middle school, you'll see sixth grade pretty much stayed the same from last year to this year. Seventh grade had a jump from 74% to 86%, and eighth grade had a jump from 74% to 77%. Next. Okay, same type of things for the middle school revisions. We did revise the pacing guides to add more resources from the instructional guides that were presented to us in the spring from the Virginia Department of Education. We used some of the resources that were there, not all, and as we need them throughout the course of the year, we have the availability to add those in. We revised assessments again to provide more SOL-like practice, and we're going to continue to support common planning and the review of assessment data with the reading coach support. Our middle school coach will be a part of all planning meetings at each grade level to continue to support their teachers and students, and then, of course, again, the continued collaboration between English and special ed to meet the needs of all those students and teachers. Next. Our high school data, last year we were at a 92%, this year at an 89%. And again, I attribute the small dip there. We kind of expected a small dip because of the new standards that were being assessed this last school year. So. Okay, next. Okay. And then the next steps, just like middle school, we revised pacing to infuse the instructional guides that were presented by the DOE. We revised assessments to provide more practice, like with SOL type questions, continuing to support common planning and review of the assessment data, and then the collaboration between special education and English department. So updates for the Virginia Literacy Act. This current school year, we will now be testing our grades 4 through 8 students with vowels. The students who will be tested will be the students who failed their reading SOL test in the previous year. So not every student will be tested unless they're, maybe a teacher may have a concern. Even if they didn't fail the SOL test, we can put them in and assess them as well. But those students will be tested in the fall and the mid-year. This upcoming school year, we're going to add reading plans for grades 4 through 8, and those will be updated mid-year as well. These reading plans are going to detail what the intervention is going to be, how often the students will receive the intervention, any additional resources the parents might need. Parents will be involved in the creation of the resources or of the reading plan, and will sign off and approve the reading plan before it is implemented. And then we are also starting intervention earlier. Normally we start in late September, early October. This year we're starting in the first and second week of September in all grade levels. And those are the literacy updates. Any questions?
All right, board, questions?
I don't have any questions, Madam Chair. I just have a positive comment. I really appreciate the presentation. I enjoyed it very much one-on-one earlier this week.
Thank you.
Or was that last week? Oh, I think it was last week. Time flies. But great job.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for the continued work.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Ms. Hurd.
And I really appreciate how you compared, like, what grade level they were in the prior school year, 24, 25. Did I do that right? No. 23, 24, and then 24, 25, so that you could, compare. They were here, and then to the next grade level, the cohort, as you like to say, together. I think that's very helpful. But I do want the public to know, and I guess that so much is in the news about dyslexic testing for that, there's really no testing for that. I want to make sure everybody knows that. But when we see weak students, we pick them up early, like in kindergarten, and we're really meeting the Virginia Literacy Act, what we were told to do, because we have a very thorough division literacy plan.
Yes.
We have sufficient reading specialists to intervene when necessary. We've had a great deal of teacher training. We've made a lot of progress in that area. And we've set really strong expectations for our students with VALS and SRP.
Yes.
So,
And I will say the VALS assessment is not touted as a dyslexia screener, but it does screen for reading difficulties.
That's
and
what
and the two pieces that they added were the rapid naming component and the pseudo word component strengthened that, so that helps us identify students with reading difficulties
Right.
that we can support, but we don't diagnose for
right,
dyslexia.
and I want to make sure everybody knows that, because I've been asked that repeatedly by several people.
Sure.
And I know this is statewide.
Right.
So we're not doing it. We're
Right.
doing what tools we're allowed to use and so forth.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
It appears that we're doing a pretty decent job, I guess.
Yes.
So
Yes,
thank
we
you
are.
very much.
All
I
right, thank
appreciate
you.
it. And I
Thank
like
you.
your data.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. No comments. Dr. Taylor, no comments. Thank you, Ms. Engel.
Next presentation will be by Mrs. Kathy Blair as she comes up to share about some new legislation and the impact that is having with some of our math options at the middle school level. So welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm here to share information regarding House Bill 2686, which was signed by our governor at the end of March. And this bill has, if you can go back one, the criteria for school board members to, sorry, we're going to go back, to develop and adopt a policy that sets the criteria for our students in grades 5 to 8 and their pathway into accelerated or advanced coursework. And what this looks like, next slide, is the automatic enrollment of students. This is a new law. The automatic enrollment of any students in grades 5 to 8 that have scored in the top quartile of the statewide results be automatically be enrolled into an advanced or accelerated class. This is only if we already have it available, and it also gives an opportunity for parents to opt out, because we know that that's not necessarily the best for every student. It also provides for multiple pathways into an advanced or accelerated math, and it also provides for an annual notification of all the available math coursework. So at the end of June, the VDOE released these little bands, and these are the bands for the top quartile of the state for grades 5 through 8. So I wanted to see, how did Powhatan size up to this? So this is a percentage of our students in each of the grades that actually did score in the top quartile of the state. Just to note, Math 7, the integrated students that take Math 7 are advanced students take a Math 8 SOL, so those are not included. They skip the Math 7 SOL. So there's a smaller group of students that take the Math 7 SOL, and they're just our on-level students. So that's why that number is just a little lower than the other ones. But it's pretty impressive that almost half of our students in grades 6 and 8 have fallen into the top quartile of the state. So this is our current accelerated pathway. Students are identified in grade 5 typically, and when they go to grade 6, they take integrated 1, which they are given all of the 6th grade curriculum and part of the 7th. And then in grade 7, they receive the rest of that 7th grade curriculum and all of the 8th, and then they take the Math 8 SOL in 7th grade. And then when they go to grade 8, they currently take Algebra 1. And because we already offer this integrated 1 and integrated 2, we have been able to offer our top quartile students those classes for this upcoming year. Now, this is the future. This will be for next year, for 2026-27. We don't currently have a Math 8 Algebra 1 course for the students that in the Math 7 that score in the top quartile. So we'll be creating one that compacts that Math 8 and Algebra 1 together, which then puts them on the pathway to take upper level classes in high school. And so they'll get that Algebra 1 taken care of. We also will do the same for Math 8 students that are in the top quartile. We are going to create an Algebra 1 honors course, which will dig a little deeper and build a little more foundation for upper math classes. So that's in not this upcoming year, but the year after. And this is what our high school course offerings look like and will look like next year when we have the Algebra 1 honors involved. You can see that there's lots of different pathways for students to take math throughout their years. And there's no barriers for anybody not to be able to take, even if when you're in on-level classes, there's not barriers for taking upper-level math classes. I think that's important to point out. And it's also important to know that this upper quartile may change year to year because every year we have new testers and the upper quartile of the state will change. So this year's little bands are just for this year. So thank you, and if there's any questions.
Our board members, questions? Comments?
I have a comment. Math has not always been my fondest subject. I don't think I shared that with you the other day when we had our personal presentation, but I really commend you on how you have it laid out. I did think I shared a story with you about my son, struggling with geometry and how he got it in 5 weeks because he had the right instructor and the right flow and it just clicked. So I really appreciate, you working on this nice flow for them to be able to make the steps and build upon, because that's what math is all about. It's building blocks. So I think you've done a great job, and I look forward to seeing how that works with our students.
Thank you. I'm really excited about the multiple pathways now because, as we have spoken about before, there used to be just this one-way on-ramp, and now there's multiple ways for students to get it on and off. Maybe it's not working out to be in an accelerated pathway. So that's pretty exciting for us, I think.
And some of the students may be great at algebra, but then not so good at geometry. But they could still reach the higher level of math as well. So that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And as I told you in that same meeting, I really like what you said, that students on and off ramps. Because I hate it when we start tracking students and all of a sudden it clicks and they're doing awesome in math, but there's no way they can get to higher level math courses. So I really commend you for having a plan for students like that to be able to get to more challenging math courses.
Thank you.
So thanks. That's awesome.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you.
Can I just say thank you to Mrs. Blair and to the counselors and administrators at the middle school? This was an 11th hour push that came into the school divisions across the state, and they took the time to call each and every parent so that in addition to the letter of knowing what was happening and why, giving them the opportunity to talk about their child and what was best for their child in making those decisions. So thank you and the rest of the middle school team.
Thank you.
All right.
Next up will be Dr. Blunt, who's here to give us a quick staffing update. HR has been very, very busy this summer.
We have. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Tigan. Excited to be here to give you, I will promise to give you a fast overview. I know we have a lot on the agenda tonight, but our presentation tonight is just to give you an update on hiring, vacancies, and then to also introduce you and our audience to the members of your administrative team at each school, because there have been changes over the summer, and we start school on Monday, and so we thought it'd be a great idea to put names and faces together. Let's see. Whoop, what am I pointing? My first time presenting here, I'm pointing that way. Is that right? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm pointing somewhere. Okay, so let's begin with our hiring update. But before we begin our conversation around hiring, I do want to continue to send praises to Terry Allison and her HR team prior to my arrival. They did tremendous work over the summer, and what you'll see tonight is a lot, prior to my arrival, and at the end of last year, you'll see a lot of their amazing work, so I do want to give credit where credit's due. They are amazing folks, and I hope that they are truly enjoying retirement. So let's begin with our elementary vacancies. As you can see from the next slide there, we have been very busy hiring and updating and filling in vacancies where we had them. You can see that Pocahontas Elementary has hired a total of 12 staff members. Powhatan Elementary has hired a total of 8 staff members. And Flat Rock as well has hired a total of 8 staff members. And I'll give you a moment to take a look at those positions that have been filled. Moving on to our secondary level, the middle school has hired a total of 13 members, and the high school has hired a total of 17 members. And I'll give you a moment there to take a look at those positions. Okay. Moving on to our division level positions, you can see here that we've hired a total of 14 positions thus far, and I'm super excited about the last bullet. 5 bus drivers. We're working heavy and steady on hiring bus drivers, and we'll talk more about that in a moment. And so our total so far, since contracts went out, are 70 hires to fill the vacancies that are there. We are moving and hustling, and so with that in mind, let's share a few of the statistics associated with that. You'll see here that while 70 seems like a large number, it actually is an improvement in our teacher retention rate. We are seeing a teacher retention rate of 94%, which is an improvement from last year, which was 85%. So that's exciting to see as well. You'll also notice that we are able to increase our data as associated with teacher and staff diversity. Our division rate in terms of diversity is up. We're at 6.2%, and last year we were at 5.6%, so we're trending in the right direction. And our teacher rate is at 5.3%. This is teachers only, 5.3% diversity, and that's up from 4.5% from last year. So again, trending in the right direction with room to grow. So if you look at our total vacancies, you're going to do it one more time. What we're proud to say is that we have 0 classroom vacancies. So every classroom has a teacher standing in front of them on the first day of school, not a problem at all. That's super exciting to hear. We do have some vacancies, but the position of classroom teacher for each content area is full, and so we're excited about that. But let's look at what vacancies that we still have left to fill. Again, you can see a laundry list of, not a laundry list, it's actually not very many at all, but it looks like a list. But you can see by school and by division and by transportation, the vacancies that we have available there. I will say that one of our greatest area needs continues to lie in the arena of bus drivers. We also are in desperate need of an HVAC technician, so we have continued to push for folks to enter that profession as well. Some of the things that we're trying to do is get creative this year in our advertising, especially for our bus drivers. We recently, at the start of the summer, we hosted a test drive, a school bus event, and we were able to generate some interest there. We also have the amazing Sandy Green, our bus driver, who has officially gone viral with 85,000 views from her TikTok video. And so that was the Rolls-Royce video. If you haven't seen it, it's hilarious and it's worth the couple of minutes to watch. We are also trying to start our kind of a weekly push-out, a video push-out of the vacancies we had. Thanks to Ms. McFarland, our first one went out last week, and we had 3,000 views where we advertised our HVAC position and our lead mechanic position. And so we're trying to get creative and find different ways to reach different audiences. We also pushed out our school bus referral program. If you're an employee for the school division and you refer a bus driver, if that driver stays on board for 6 months, you can earn $250. If they stay on board for a year, you get an additional $250. So we pushed that out as well. And I do want to, we have a small committee that's working steadily on those key vacancies, especially bus drivers. And I do want to thank Ms. McFarland for truly being the brains of our group right now in terms of really coming up with some clever ideas, such as the Rolls-Royce idea. And thank you to Ms. Green for participating, but we truly appreciate you there. So moving on, the summary of our vacancies left to fill. We have 6 school-level positions, 6 division-level positions, and still in need of 10 bus drivers as we move forward. All right, let's move on to the next round of information. We want you to meet our school leaders because people have moved and changed, and some faces you'll recognize as part of the change, and then some faces are new. So we wanted to introduce you to your administrative teams at each school. So we'll begin with the high school. As your principal is Mr. Michael Pierce. He's joining our team from Essex County Public Schools, where he served as a principal at the middle school. You have an assistant principal, Cammie Luth. She is entering her 4th year, so she's not new. She's continuing in that role. You have Courtney Talbot as assistant principal. She's entering her 3rd year as assistant principal there. You have Tiffany Nash, who is new to Powhatan. She's coming from Essex County Public Schools, where she served as the assistant principal at the middle school. And then we also have Blake Carey, who is a new assistant principal at the high school. He's joining our team from Henrico County Public Schools, where he served as an administrative aide at Glen Allen High School. So that's your high school team. At the middle school, we have Mr. Colin Innes continuing in his role. He's entering his 2nd year as principal. You have Crystal McIntyre, who's also entering her 2nd year as assistant principal. You have Christopher Pearson continuing, entering his 3rd year as assistant principal. And then you have our newest member joining the team from Petersburg City Public Schools, Jennifer Kelly, as assistant principal, and she was a former principal at Cool Spring Elementary. And that's our middle school team. At Pocahontas Elementary, we are thankful to have Sam Martin continuing in her role as principal. She's entering her 2nd year. We have Jason Roberts, who is new to us. He's coming from Richmond City Public Schools, and he previously served there as a math coach, and will join us as an assistant principal for the 1st year. And then you have Flat Rock Elementary School. You have Isabel Worrell, who is continuing her role as principal, and she's entering her 4th year in that capacity. But then you recognize the face, Stephanie Riviere. She's joining us from Flat Rock, but she's moving over to Powhatan Middle School, where she was there as a special education lead teacher. I'm sorry, she was at Powhatan and remains at Powhatan Middle. My fault with that one. And then finally, our last team to discuss today is Powhatan Elementary. We have a new principal, Jason Gill. He's coming to us from Chesterfield County Public Schools, where he served as associate principal at Fallen Creek. And then we have Karen Gobble, who continues her role as assistant principal for 3 years. And then finally, you have our HR team. We just want you to know that we're here to support you. I'm in the middle, Cindy Blunt, and I have a great team, Amanda Johnson, who's new to her role, coming from Pocahontas over to assistant director, and Karen Bradbury is our anchor, and she is amazing. We are here to help you. Anything that we can do to support you, please reach out to us and let us know. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
All right, board, any questions? Comments?
I would just like to make a comment and welcome you to the HR team. Been here in this county for 35 years now, I guess. It's been a long time. And I'm really thrilled to see the selections that you're making, that our faculty and our staff are qualified. Of course, everyone knows I'm new to being on the school board, 1.5 years myself, but the history of our division and most school divisions is you hire your friends. And you hire your friends because that's what they do, especially in small counties. And I know we've had a history of that, and it's okay to hire our friends as long as they're qualified. So I'm really thrilled to hear that that's your first, your first line of seeking employment. Making sure that they're qualified. Because it's great to have our friends on board, but if they're not able to do the job, that's when we have issues, when it reflects our students and other staff too. So thank you for that.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blunt. And our final presentation tonight is going to be Mrs. Katie Matheny, who is going to come up and provide some information on bullying prevention, recognition, and response as we get started into a new school year.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here tonight to talk a little bit about Powhatan County's bullying prevention, recognition, and response.
It doesn't work.
Oh, it doesn't work. Okay.
We need a battery or something.
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bryce. So Powhatan County's bullying prevention, we focus on developmentally appropriate bullying programs, kindergarten through 12th grade. So for all three of our levels, so kindergarten through 12th grade, we have classroom lessons every year that are administered by our school counselors throughout the year, focusing at the beginning of the year and then throughout the year as well. For our elementary and middle schools, we do social emotional learning activities, and those are all done in the classrooms with our teachers. For kindergarten through 12th grade, we do have health curriculum that is administered from our health and PE teachers. And also in all 5 of our schools, so all levels, we do have school-wide expectations for positive behavior that focus on being safe, being respectful, being responsible, and many of our schools have added to be kind as well. So when we talk about bullying recognition, it's important to talk about what the definition of bullying is. So bullying means any aggressive and unwanted behavior that is intended to harm, intimidate, and humiliate the victim. It involves a real or perceived power imbalance between the aggressor and aggressors with the victim. It's repeated over time, and it causes severe emotional trauma. There are many different types of bullying. Oh, sorry, I skipped over one. So the 3 components of bullying, again, is it is intentional, it is repeated, and it's an imbalance of power. And I think it's important. Imbalance of power can be size, it can be strength, it can be finances, popularity, or even just a perceived power of any other form. So the 4 different types of bullying, we have our physical bullying, which is your hitting, kicking, pushing, damaging somebody's belongings. We have verbal bullying, that is name calling, it's teasing, threats, hurtful comments. We have social and relationship or relational bullying, so spreading rumors, excluding others, embarrassing someone in public. And we have cyberbullying, which comes about our digital platforms that could be sending threatening, mean, and harmful messages. So bullying or harassment of any student is prohibited regardless of where it originated from in any way, and is disrupting our educational environment and also hurting our students. So what bullying isn't is teasing. So teasing is meant to be affectionate and not cause harm. We have conflict. There can be disagreements and arguments between 2 or more people in which all sides are expressing their views. You have rudeness or meanness when someone says or does something that is unintentionally hurtful and is not repeated. When someone says or does something hurtful intentionally and it's not repeated. So those are the 2 important things to think about. And then there's harassment. Bullying becomes harassment when the behavior is directed at a target based on a protective class and is severe and pervasive that affects the student's ability to participate in its educational school environment. So when we talk about recognizing bullying, there are certain things we always want to be looking for. And this is from inside our schools with our teachers and our staff, but also at home as parents. So things to watch for, signs of a child being bullied, is refusing to go to school, a sudden loss of friends, difficult time sleeping, repeated physical injuries, isolating themselves. It could be a loss of appetite, avoiding social interactions in school and outside of school, and declining academic performance. While physical bullying has visible signs, we have to make sure the impact of the verbal and relational bullying can be just as harmful. So that could also be distress, it could be depression, fear, anxiety, so signs that we might not see on the outside, but you can definitely see from how they're acting from the inside. Many times we wonder what we can do as parents. So some things to think about if you're seeing signs or if your child is talking with you. You can make sure we're talking and listening to them every day. We're validating their experiences. You know, we're validating that this really sounds hard. I'm sorry you're going through this. Encourage their self-esteem. Things you could teach them, don't let their remarks define who you are, be proud of you because, and we all of our students have many things to be proud, for us to be proud of and for them to be proud of themselves. Teach them how to adopt a solution-oriented approach, model healthy conflict resolution skills, model empathy. Let your children know that you hear their concerns and you want to help, because we need to make sure that they know that nobody is ignoring their feelings. There's always some different types of literature. I know many of us, depending on the age of the students, are still, reading books with them at night or trying to having conversations and open conversations. So there's lots and lots and lots of literature out there that can start the conversation with their students. This is just a few of the ones I found. Also, make sure we're teaching our children social skills and coping skills. So, teach them to be assertive but not aggressive. Do not react or give attention when possible. Know the difference between seeking help and tattling. Use harmless humor to deflect. So reframe the question. An example, 4 eyes, you have 4 eyes. Well, thank you for noticing my glasses. Agreeing, so you have so many freckles. Yes, I do have so many freckles. So teaching them, and again, those are just some examples of things that we can teach our students and children. You can go ahead. Sorry, Kelsey. Again, knowing the signs, so we just went over a few of the signs. Work collaboratively with your child's teacher and their school. That is very, very important. So when you're hearing something or the students are hearing or children are sharing things at home, please make contact with the school so we can work with them. Communicate frequently, and if you need to, seek professional help. And again, our schools can also help with that if that ever becomes necessary. So bullying response, how to report it. So at all of our levels, obviously our school teachers, counselors, administrators are available to receive these reports. So that would obviously be a very important person and people to make contact. At our middle school and high school, we do have Silence Hurts. There is a link on the Powhatan County website, the main website, and also the middle school and high school website. This is also explained through the lessons with our students how to get here. You can't see it very well, but I did screenshot and highlight. So as soon as you pull up on our website, on the right-hand side, there is a link for our Silence Hurts, and that anybody can submit it that way. Other way. I think it went backwards. Next one. Sorry, I think it's, all right. And in the students' rights and responsibilities, we do have what the disciplinary actions are for bullying. Here are just some examples of things that might be put in place. We have school-parent communication, obviously letting parents on both sides know what is happening. We have had behavioral contracts or student safety plans put in place. For post-mention documentation, might have additional supervision to support our students. We might need to reassign seats at class, lunch, the bus, depending on where the situation is occurring. Again, we have suspensions, we have conferences, we have connections with the school and the community, and if appropriate, we have restorative practice activities as well. So here is here is our students' rights and responsibilities. So bullying does fall in two different categories. We have category C, which is relationship behavior. So this is bullying with no injury and cyberbullying. It goes to category D, behaviors that present a safety concern when the bullying might still be without injury. However, it is continuous over interventions and that the bullying leads to physical injury, and which could also be assault and battery. So this is our elementary. If you go one more, our secondary, this is our secondary. And again, this is written out in our students' rights and responsibilities. Interventions, when bullying does occur, we want to make sure we're giving intervention to any party that is part of the bullying situation. So we want to support our targeted students. Bullying, we make sure they know it's not their fault. We ensure that they were heard and they're understood. We want to help them regain a sense of control. We want to help them feel safe. We want to promote confidence, and we want to develop a plan for them. We also want to support students who are a bully. We want to make sure they understand the consequences and that it does not happen again. We could do check-in, check-outs, role-playing. We can teach social acceptance and leadership, small groups, clubs. So again, we want to give them outlets and ways to no longer be a bullying, not to let that happen again. We also want to support students who are witnessing the bullying. So support students whether they've acted as a reinforcer, maybe they did not step in to help. We want to support everybody who is involved to make sure that they understand how we can all work together to stop the bullying, not letting it continue. Policy JBB/GBAB is our Powhatan County policy, prevention of and response to bullying and harassment. So Powhatan County Public Schools provides bullying prevention education in accordance with the Code of Virginia. Any incident or complaint of discrimination, harassment, or bullying shall be given prompt attention, including investigating the incident and taking appropriate corrective and disciplinary action by the school administrator. Bullying of any student by another student for any reason cannot be tolerated in our schools. Intervening immediately to stop bullying on the spot can help ensure a safer school environment for all students. Powhatan County Public School Director, Student Support Services and Intervention, or a designee is available to hear concerns from students and parents when complaints are not resolved at the school level. So we always encourage to begin at the school level, but we do hear at Director of Student Supports, which is me, we are here to also hear and support our students and families. Powhatan County Public Schools shall inform parents of any bullying incident that involved their child within 24 hours of learning of the allegations, and this is a requirement of the Virginia Code. We listed some resources that we do use here in Powhatan County, so I have those up there. And then, again, our contact information, if anybody has questions, or board, happy to answer any questions that you all have.
All right. Any questions, board members?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Question and/or comment. As you went through the presentation, one-on-one, and then again hearing it a second time, I don't think I mentioned this to you. I know I had mentioned this to Dr. Tigan, and I've spoken to several other board members, over the last year and a half. Unfortunately, bullying has been going on for decades, and if not, since the beginning of time. However, it's amped up to the point of ludicrousy. I also want to be very careful to make sure that those individuals that are being bullied, let's refer to them as the victim, they understand that at some point, number one, that they understand that they know they can seek for help. Okay, they should be able to go to their teacher, go to their, their faculty, principalship, and know that there's some help there. Because of course, there's always that threat. Well, you better not tell, or it's going to be worse. That we're reassuring these students that we're going to look out for them. And then I also know and understand from the faculty point of view, it's very difficult because sometimes if it's not witnessed, then you have, a he said, she said situation. So sometimes as parents and families, we might need to take a step back a little bit to allow time for that process to take place so that faculty could say, okay, well, this child has come to me once or twice. I'm going to start paying a little more attention. And now we can really see that there's a problem, an issue. Because then again, it's just a he say, she said. But I also want to make sure that those that are maybe subjected to bullying, I don't want them to become victimized. I'm in the medical professional, and I've worked with women for decades as well, and seniors and children, and lots of times they will remain victims and feel like they have to take that, right? So then they would need to, let's say, defend themselves. And, when it comes to your student services area, I just want to make sure that if you have a youth or a child, female or male, whatever, that is being constantly bullied, and at some point that I don't want them to feel that they need to be a victim the rest of their life. They should never, ever be a victim. And so I want them to feel if they need to defend themselves, then we are also going to, help take that into consideration when it comes to discipline, on both parties. Because again, we don't want someone to sit there and say, okay, well, you're the punching bag and you can take all the verbal ugliness, or you should take all the verbal ugliness or physical ugliness and not be able to defend yourself. But hopefully we can have some skills there too to help those victims do it more appropriately, So anyways, that's my comment, and I'm glad that you're aware of it, and I'm hoping your student services team, we're really going to work on that. Because, again, you could have a male student or a female student, and then all of a sudden they could enter into a companionship and relationship and marriage down the road where they're still a victim because they were taught and told they had to, deal with it on their own way or not deal with it at all. So, anyways, thank you.
All right, and moving on to public comment period. In accordance with School Board Policy BDDH and KD, any resident of Powhatan County or PCPS staff member may address the board during public comment. The board chair will call speakers who have signed up for the podium. Speakers must stay at the podium and wait to be recognized by the chair. Each individual will have 3 minutes, and delegations will have 5 minutes to provide their comments. Please respect this time limitation so others may address the board. And note, no one may sign up to speak and then relinquish their speaking time to another or previous speaker. A maximum of 30 minutes will be designated for public comment this evening. Please address your comments to the board as a whole, not individual board members, the audience, or the staff. Please begin by stating your name and complete address. The board requests that all speakers maintain an environment that promotes listening and respect. The board will not respond to or address issues raised by speakers during public comment, and speakers are reminded that the board chair is authorized to stop or remove any speaker who uses vulgar, disruptive, or threatening language. Your acceptance and adherence to these guidelines will be greatly appreciated. All speakers who wish to participate must sign up before the public comment period begins, providing their name and address. Speakers will be announced by the board chair to approach the podium to speak, and only those individuals who have signed up in advance will be able to approach the podium. If speakers have handouts or information for the board, please give these to the school board clerk before approaching the podium. Caroline. First up, Caroline Sprite. Say it. Spade. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Spate, and I live in District 1. This will be my senior year at Powhatan High School and my fourth and final with the Advanced College Academy program. This year, I have the honor of acting as the Powhatan Drama Club president. I'm here today to advocate for our director, Mr. Ray Shooney. I have one high school vacancy that was excluded from the presentation, that of theater director. Theater and the people in it have changed my life in more ways than I can express. I've been a part of the theater program for going on 7 years now. Through theater, I have found my voice and the confidence to use it for good. Under the direction of Mr. Ray Shooney, I was able to perform in my first full-length production this past year in Hadestown Teen Edition, pushing myself past what I thought were my limits. Throughout our production, Mr. Ray Shooney valued every student's voice and opinion, and he was always willing to integrate any student's ideas. Above all else, he never put any student in a position where they would feel uncomfortable. Mr. Ray Shooney goes above and beyond expectations for his students. For example, in our most recent production, he invited out a scout from the New York Conservatory for the Dramatic Arts. This scout handed out 8 scholarships to students, totaling roughly $60,000, for the first time in Powhatan history. As a theater board, we had begun planning for the expected growth and success of our program in the years to come, based on the response from the majority of our community. Without Mr. Ray Shooney, we jeopardized our program's growth. We minimized the impact that our program can have. When Mr. Ray Shooney's uncertain future with the theater program was brought to our attention, some concerned parents and students began to rally together to brainstorm what could be done. It was decided that an online petition was the way to go. This petition has over 600 signatures from members of the Powhatan community. With my remaining time, I would like to read some excerpts from comments that were left on the petition. Jody writes, "He is precisely the caliber of education we demand for our children. He doesn't just teach subjects. He pushes students to excel, to think critically, and to reach beyond their perceived limits. He is, without question, the example we want our students to emulate, a passionate professional who instills values of hard work, creativity, and intellectual courage." Savannah says, "This director has literally helped me through when I have been broken down, at times when helping out during rehearsals for plays or musicals. And he has helped give me not only opportunities to take a shot at designing merchandise for our theater group, but to have the opportunity to put something on a portfolio itself. He has also been the best guidance in general." Emily Lynch says, "My middle schooler has become very interested in Greek mythology, and so we were thrilled to learn that Powhatan High School was performing Hadestown Teen Edition. We went and were blown away by the talent of not only the students." Thank you for your time.
Thank you, dear. Jessica Morrison.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jessica Morrison. I'm a resident of District 1, and I have 3 children who are students in Powhatan County Schools. I'm grateful to have a few minutes of the board's time tonight to speak on behalf of Mr. Bilal Rashuni, in the hopes that the board and the administration at Powhatan High School will consider reinstating him as director of the theater department. Under his direction, I watched my 8th grader become more confident and passionate about an activity than she has ever been before. I witnessed firsthand the constructive feedback, inspiration, and encouraging words Mr. Ray Shooney provided my daughter and the cast and crew of Matilda and Hadestown. I was truly impressed with Mr. Ray Shooney's ability to bring these shows to life, managing the many personalities and talents of 6th through 12th graders. As a school psychologist working with children of all ages for more than 21 years, I know this is no easy feat. It takes an incredibly special person who's patient to direct, teach, and inspire young people in this way. I also know that there are numerous studies that show the benefit that performing arts can have on the social and emotional well-being of those who participate. A recent study from Virginia Tech found that participation in musical theater decreased anxiety among individuals with disabilities and tapped into states of calmness, focus, concentration, and task switching, all skills that are very important for academic success as well. Theater provides a safe and supportive place for children to develop creativity, friendships, and interpersonal skills that they will carry throughout their lives. Powhatan has had a unique advantage that may have been taken for granted by those not directly involved in the theater, and with Mr. Ray Shooney. Thanks to him, our kids are thriving and inspired. Without him as director, I worry about their futures. Powhatan has a choice to support students and staff in the arts or to risk losing talented teachers and students who need and deserve better opportunities. I want the best for my children and for the other children of Powhatan County. Please reconsider and reinstate Mr. Bilal Ray Shooney as the theater director for Powhatan High School. Thank you so much for your time.
Samuel Parker.
Hello, my name is Samuel Parker. I'm 19 years old and I live in District 4. I'm a PHS student and I'm the secretary of our theater club as well as a voter in this district. I'm concerned about the removal of our theater director, Bilal Ray Shooney, as are so many other students as well as parents. Mr. Ray Shooney is a great theater director whom I had the pleasure of working with as the senior carpenter on the set for Hadestown Teen Edition, my first play. I believe that it does not serve Powhatan well to remove Mr. Ray Shooney, someone who is so well suited to the job and whom is highly motivated and dedicated. If it were not for Ray Shooney's persistence and care, it is unlikely Powhatan would have even had a play this year. I urge the school board to ask the school administration to reinstate Mr. Ray Shooney. Thank you for your time.
Autumn Walton.
Good evening. My name is Autumn Walton. I'm from District 4, and I'm here to protest the removal of Mr. Bilal Ray Shooney from the position of theater director. I would like to start off by saying that our production, Hadestown, was approved by the high school a year in advance. They photographed rehearsals, supported it on social media. We were granted funding by the school. They were made aware of any and all content in our show. In English class, we read the likes of Great Gatsby, a book about parties, revelry, abound with drinking and debauchery. We read course-required stories that contain violence, profanity, alcohol, murder, adultery, etc. In the past, theater has put on productions that touch on the same topics and more. The wrestling team had a school-sanctioned shirtless car wash. None of those coaches, none of those English teachers, none of those theatrical directors were removed or approached regarding content. Why are we unfairly picking and choosing what to prosecute? That would be unjust, hypocritical. The production was approved, the content was approved, we had permission. You can't remove someone for something they were given permission to do. Secondly, I would like to discuss Mr. Ray Shooney himself. 2 years ago, if you had asked me my plans for after high school, I would have been a blank slate of indecision. By now, that couldn't be further from the truth. I'm attending college for something I once only dreamed of doing, acting. And it's thanks to the support and encouragement of Mr. Ray Shooney. He made that possible. He was in the process of making it possible for others too. 9 scholarships, $60,000, an endorsement from a New York program. You can ask any student here. He goes above and beyond for anything and everything he's involved in, and he goes even further for his students. He builds up their courage, their spirit, their confidence, lets them know that they have value. I need to know, would you turn away a blessing that's been placed in your hands? Throw back a gift kindly given? That's what this would be. Mr. Ray Shooney has been a blessing to this program, to these students, and to me. Pushing him away, forcing him out, would be an absolutely monumental loss, not only for your children, but also for this community as a whole. He's going to do great things wherever he goes. Please don't throw that away from Powhatan. He brings something incredible, once again, to our programs, to our community, and he's someone that any of your children or grandchildren would be happy to know him, happy to have his support, happy to have his encouragement. Thank you very much for your time.
Jennifer Walton.
I'm glad to see you guys got a shorter podium since the last time I was here. My name is Jennifer Walton. That was my daughter. That one. So I will do my best to make it through this, but it won't be easy because I have to follow that. Madam Chair, Dr. Tigan, members of the school board, before I begin, I'll ask you, is this a meeting of record? Yes? Okay. I stand before you today not as a parent, but as someone deeply concerned about the direction we are heading. I was once told that after some difficult years in middle school, my daughter, Autumn, would find her tribe, and they're right there. All these students right there. That tribe was found in theater, the marching band, the visual arts, and show choir, a home built around creativity, discipline, and self-expression. She was mentored by passionate, devoted educators. That home and those teachers helped shape her into the young woman she is today. But now that very home is under threat, not by any failure of leadership or misconduct, but misinformation, fear, and public pressure. And at the center of this injustice is the forced removal of Mr. Ray Shooney from the theater program. Let me be clear. Autumn has benefited from a long line of amazing educators. Mrs. Smith, Mrs. Koth, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Stocker, many more. Miss Mindy and Miss Saba with talent shows and stage productions with Miss Furta. She has grown, thrived, and learned lessons far beyond what's on a syllabus. She, like her peers, is perfectly capable of understanding the difference between a theatrical production and real life. If the board believes otherwise, if you truly think these students cannot distinguish between the moral complexities of a play like Hadestown and their own personal values, then you're not just questioning one teacher's judgment, you are calling into question the competence of an entire faculty and administration. That is a serious accusation and one that I urge you to reconsider. Let's focus on the facts. Mr. Ray Shooney followed the proper chain of command. He submitted 3 play options with scripts. He did not unilaterally make the final selection. The interim principal had ample opportunity to raise concerns, and to my knowledge, did not. There was posts made of Hadestown. It was put out there for people. Mr. Ray Shooney is not just a teacher to us. He is a mentor, a guide, and a critical part to Autumn's success. Because of his support and dedication, she is one of only 30 students selected nationwide for a prestigious conservatory theater program at Belmont University in Nashville. She leaves in 2 days. Let that sink in. A small-town girl headed to one of the top theater productions in this country. Mr. Ray Shooney met with us last summer. He put together spreadsheets, websites, told me the financials. You couldn't imagine how much time he spent with us over the summer. And I know I've gone over my time and I apologize. But he took the time and the dedication to build out that information for Autumn. That was something that when I asked guidance to help me with after Matilda, which Autumn was the leading role, I couldn't get. They had no clue, but he did. And he met with us and he worked with us. Autumn's accomplishment is no less impressive than that of our own PHS football and soccer students who have gone to D1 colleges. If the policies need to be reviewed, review them. If the guidelines are not clear, make them clearer. But do not sacrifice one of our best teachers to appease those who shout the loudest. You open this meeting with a prayer for wisdom. May God answer that prayer, and may you use the wisdom granted to lead you with courage and integrity. I thank you.
Tanya Caudle.
Hello, my name is Tanya Caudle, District 5, long time no see, and I got to follow that. Oh, this is going to be fun. We haven't been involved in theater until the spring. My daughter's in 8th grade. She's going into 9th. She's a sports kid, as you all know. You all recognized her in 7th grade for district champion for middle school basketball. And I never thought she would come home with an application saying, I'm going to interview to be a stage crew member on a play. And I went, you have travel ball. We wound up not having travel ball. She wound up dedicated every day at the high school with my husband in tow, which I am very thankful for because I had a month off. Working on that lovely revolving stage. And I never thought I'd see it. Never thought I'd see her go outside her comfort zone. And one day she came home and said, Mom, I found my people. And she's had a hard time, as many of you know, because I've been here many, many times. And I had looked forward to writing a letter of positivity about this theater program and about Mr. Ray Shooney and his involvement, and encouraging her to step out of her comfort zone and seeing in her what I saw that no one else in this county has seen. But I said I wouldn't get emotional, but I had to follow that, so I apologize. But you all are used to me, so whatever, sorry. But I do want to read to you that we have on the back of this wall, I don't even need my phone because it's right there in black and white, Powhatan County Public Schools, inspiring, empowering, and innovating. Also, we have the portrait of a graduate with critical thinking, communication, collaboration. They're right here. This is the product of your education. And now they're fighting for you to help them. They want Mr. Ray Shooney back, but more importantly, we don't even know the future of our theater program. We've heard nothing. We have a new director. We should already be picking plays. They don't even know what's going to happen next. So, guys, you're getting ready to hear some amazing stuff because we've workshopped it. They collaborated on Zooms. And I will tell you, when they came to my house Sunday night for a little get-together to watch Wicked, I went up with a 2-hour concert. They did not drink alcohol. They did not have sex. They did not do drugs in my house or smoke. And most of them don't know how scary I can be. And when I went to go downstairs to work, no, Miss Caudle, can you stay up here with us? And we'll get on the piano, and they played. Have you ever heard of a high school party like that? And it went on longer than it should have with more singing and hilarity and family. And that's what we need restored with Mr. Ray Shooney in our theater program. Keep our family together.
Brian Morrison.
My name is Bryn Morrison, and I'm in District 1, and I'm an 8th grader at Powhatan Middle School. I appreciate you giving me your time today to state some of the reasons why I think Mr. Ray Shooney should continue to direct theater. Mr. Ray Shooney has been a huge positive influence in my life. Participating in theater is something I will never regret, and I wouldn't have joined it if not for him. It's hard to explain, but I found myself in theater. I would sit around being bored at school all day, just looking forward to being able to rehearse afterwards. When I'm in theater, it just feels like I'm being surrounded by people who accept me for me no matter what, and Mr. Ray Shooney has built that community for me. This year in particular, Mr. Ray Shooney fought so hard for his theater students to get the needed supplies and exposure to help them succeed as students and artists into the future. There were so many screams and tears of joy after the final Hadestown show when several students were awarded with scholarships to pursue their theater in New York City, an opportunity made possible because of Mr. Ray Shooney. He has changed so many students' lives for the better and seems to just be getting started. I truly don't believe you'll find anybody as special, supportive, and life-changing as Mr. Ray Shooney has been in the theater industry.
Again, thank you for giving me your time. I hope you'll consider reinstating Mr. Ishuni as our theater director. Without him, I would not have developed the confidence needed for me to get up here and speak in front of you today. Thank you.
Kinley Dalton.
Good evening. My name is Kinley Dalton. I live in District 3. I'm a recent graduate from Powhatan High School. I'm here to talk about Mr. Rashuni being removed from the theater program. I was shocked when I heard the news, especially when I found out the circumstances for his removal. Drinking, drugs, adultery, suicide, and racism are not new topics to Powhatan. The school administration was the one that signed off on the play this past year. I wanted to know who signed off on it. If there was a problem, it shouldn't have been signed off in the first place. It seems to me that somebody needed a fall guy, and they picked Mr. Rashuni for it. My next point is that Mr. Rashuni has been there for everyone that needed him. He has shed his blood, sweat, and tears for this program. He has made a safe place for everybody here to be who they are. Our school system is okay with us reading The Great Gatsby, Romeo and Juliet, The Crucible, To Kill a Mockingbird. All those books have something to do with drugs, drinking, adultery, murder, and racism, also suicide. Why are we so caught up on Hadestown? Mr. Rashuni shouldn't have to lose his directorship simply because others failed to research the show. When I found out I had been playing Hades' wife, I wasn't exactly thrilled. As a born-again Christian, I have personal reservations, but I took on the role knowing I'd leave it on the stage when the curtains closed, and I did exactly what I did. I don't drink, I don't use drugs, but Persephone did. It was part of her character, a part essential to her story and growth. I was able to prioritize that without compromising who I am. I credit not only my family, my church community, but also the teachers at PCPS who taught me and supported me and helped me learn the difference between make-believe and real life. From the talent shows where I presented to be a professional dancer to times when I acted as a teacher on stage, I've always known where the stage ends and reality begins. At no point during After Hadestown did I believe I was a daughter of a Greek goddess. Thank you for your time and God bless y'all.
Caitlin Nicholson.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Nicholson, and I reside in District 5. I'm here today to voice my concern about the future of Powhatan High School Theater's program, which has been my home for the past 4 years. As I am a recent graduate, this is my family here behind me. These people have been my home for the past 4 years, and I personally, along with the rest of the leadership team for the club this past year, we personally mentored and worked with and passed the torch to this year's leadership team, which is sitting behind me. So I was obviously very concerned when I heard about everything that was happening with Mr. Rashuni. I couldn't believe that he had been dismissed from his position as director for the upcoming year, and I was even more surprised to know that there was no update on reinstating or replacing him. In the previous presentation, there was no vacancy listed for director at Powhatan High School Theater. I'm hopeful that that was just a typo and there's some sort of plan in place, but I encourage y'all to work with the administration at the high school to look into what happened with Mr. Rashuni being removed and hopefully reinstate him, but to at least ensure that there is somebody who is going to be a staff member that will help support these kids and support this program and support the theatrical arts because that is so, so important. I stand by my past request that the board look into the circumstances surrounding Mr. Rashuni's dismissal from the PHS theater director position. From where I stand, it looks like a personal and political reason not pertaining to Mr. Rashuni's competence as a director. Because the reasons cited for his dismissal, they simply don't make sense. One of the reasons cited was inappropriate content in our musical Hadestown Teen Edition. And this content was approved by administration. If they didn't take the time to read the scripts that were given to them or come to rehearsals, which they were always welcome to do, then that is on them. Furthermore, several high schools in our area, such as Collegiate and James River, performed the exact same show with no issues I've heard about. Therefore, it just makes no sense that the content of the show would have anything to do with his decision. And I again implore the board to look into this decision and ensure that the admin at the high school is making decisions based on the needs of the students rather than their own personal agendas or biases. Thanks to Mr. Rashuni, we were able to start incorporating cross-curricular learning, as we saw in another presentation with the turntable. That was incredible, and we were going to continue that in the future. There are so many plans that were going to be continued in the future with Mr. Rashuni, and I believe it would be best for the school to reinstate him. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have reached our 30-minute time block, and I will need a motion from board members to continue. Yes. Okay, can I get a second? Right, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Let's move on. I will say, if we could just clap a little less time, we could move on and get more speakers in, because we'll be here till midnight. But if y'all want to stay, we'll be right here with you. Well, I will. I don't know. I can't speak for the rest of these. They go to sleep by 9:30, right? Yes. Anyway, moving on. That was supposed to be a joke. Annabelle Felt. Annabelle?
My name is Annabelle Feltz. I live in District 3, and I'm here to discuss the removal of Mr. Bilal Rashuni as high school theater director, as many others are. I'm here to ask for your help, as are several other students, because Mr. Rashuni is one of the best directors I've ever worked with. I spoke here last month, so I'll try my best to reiterate without being repetitive. I've done many shows with Mr. Rashuni, and during the most recent one act, I played a character that gave an emotional speech. I was struggling to get the feeling right, and he gave me direction that helped me make the speech the best it could be. I later won an award at a district level for my performance in that one act, and I couldn't have done it without him. Mr. Rashuni brings passion, love, and welcoming to the theater program that is incredibly needed as we try to make the program grow. He is deeply loved among our students, and he makes everyone feel comfortable and safe to perform at our best and be ourselves, no matter how unaccepted we be outside of theater for our identities. We're here to speak for our theater, a theater whose people I love with my whole heart, as he's an irreplaceable, integral part of it. As the vice president of the program, theater is the most important activity in my life, and he has taken part in making that so. I still believe his removal is incredibly unfair and based on accusations that are prejudiced and in oppressive favor of censorship and context. I had the privilege of performing in Hadestown, and it was a wonderful opportunity for growth and allowed me to have a lot of fun. It was recognized earlier for its turntable as a highlight, and it's odd that its accomplishments are great enough to love, and yet the director responsible for it is being punished. Powhatan states to support the arts, so I don't believe it should make a decision that will so directly hurt the performing arts we claim to support. There are hundreds of people that want him back. I hope you will consider reviewing the decision, please, and I hope to see him reinstated in his directing position. Thank you.
Claire Morris.
Morris from District 3. I'm not used to the podium like this. My daughter is Lindsay Morris, and she is a rising sophomore at Powhatan High School. I found out at the last school board meeting that the theater director, Mr. Ray Shooney, was let go from the position. And so I decided to start a petition. Almost 650 people. 650 people are backing this whole group up. Sorry, I'm going to try to get through this. I know firsthand what Mr. Ray Shooney has done for my child and many others, as I was there most days and a lot of the time for the last month of the production. My child has battled severe anxiety issues to where she has to be medically treated for it, and Mr. Ray Shooney has been there to help her confidence and made her feel seen, heard, not judged, and understood. I have seen the same thing with countless other children. He has spent countless hours, nights, weekends working on with these children, to perfect the performance as well as the other performances he was a part of. He went so far as finding scouts to watch the children and their performance. That resulted in $60,000 in scholarship. $60,000. Towards 9 children here at Powhatan High. He also drove to Nova for part of the set the week of the performance because of a malfunction of the famous turntable that y'all have heard about. So my questions are, why did we have to find out about this through a school board meeting? We're parents. There were 60 kids in this program and no info to the parents about what is going on in the theater department. Why? Why did an interim principal who is not in the building this year and an AP have nothing to do with this program have any say in this? And if necessary, can he reapply for the position? Because if so, he will have several references to back him.
Thank you.
I will email you, each of you, a copy of this tonight.
Thank you. Harper Skinger. Harper.
District 3. Tonight I'm speaking about how Mr. Ray Shooney was integral to the success and reach of the Powhatan Theater program. Mr. Ray Shooney created many crew roles for the Hadestown production, which enabled more people to engage with the art of theater. His job was complicated by the lack of willingness to help from other adults in the school, most notably in regards to the soundboard. Without his support, the theater program would not have been as accessible to the wide range of students involved with the production. Furthermore, without his dedication to the program, we would not have been able to operate such a technical show. Due to his efforts, we were able to have a fully functioning turntable on par with the Broadway set. The production was so successful due to the dedication of Mr. Ray Shooney and his work to create an accessible show for all students to participate and engage with the arts in. As someone involved with the program, I could not be happier with the production and more disappointed in his removal. Thank you for your time.
Carson Riley.
Hi, my name is Carson, and I am in District 2. I am publicity for the theater club, and I was the lead in this past musical, Hadestown. I've always been the kind of person to not want like that much attention. I've always avoided the spotlight, and my confidence has always been super low. I joined show choir because I love to sing and I love to perform, but I tried out for every solo. I never got one, right? But I know that's just part of show business. But it left me feeling like I wasn't good enough. Then I decided to try something new. I auditioned for a lead role, certain I wouldn't get it. But when I saw my name next to Eurydice, something like changed. It was crazy. From the very first rehearsal, Mr. Rayshuni created an environment where I felt welcomed and supported. He turned rehearsals into the highlight of my week. He built a community that brought students together and made each of us feel seen and valued. For me, that was life-changing. Mr. Rayshuni believed in me before he even knew me. He gave me a role, a voice, and a place in something bigger than myself. And even when the music was challenging and I made mistakes, he reassured me because he knew I could pull through, and I did. At the end of every rehearsal, he told us how proud he was. Those words might sound simple, but to a teenager who once doubted their worth, they meant everything. He gave me confidence I didn't even know I had, and he's done the same for countless other students. Mr. Rayshuni is more than a teacher. He is a mentor, a builder of community, and a safe place for students who might not have anyone else. Removing him would not only hurt the theater program, it would take away a source of belonging, encouragement, and personal growth for so many students. I ask you, please, to see what he has done for us and let him continue to change lives the way he changed mine. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a good day.
Carson. All right. Lindsay Morris.
I'm Lindsay Morris, and I'm from District 3. I'm talking about Mr. Rayshuni again. I was the dramaturge for Hadestown Teen Edition, and it helped my academics in more ways than I can count. Not many people know or remember what the role of a dramaturge is. The Cambridge Dictionary definition is, quote, an expert in the art or theory of writing and putting on plays who edits and advises on a play or film script, end quote. So my role was to do research on how they did Hadestown on Broadway, why they do it that way, and what Anais Mitchell, the author of Hadestown, had inspiration of while writing the musical, and any other historical and cultural context so we can bring the story to life. So as you can imagine, with all the research, writing, and learning, it helped with my academics. Some examples of what I researched is the architecture types in Greece and New Orleans, because those were the two biggest locations, location-wise, like the three types of columns, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. Even though they weren't on the set, I had plenty of websites pointing them out. And for the costumes and props, I researched so hard that I found the notes from Anais Mitchell herself and the costume designer Michael Crass's sketches with notes on them, like feathers on Hermes' costume because he's the god with feathers on his feet, or that the human's clothes were supposed to take after the Great Depression era. I'm not trying to sing my own praises here when I say I got past advanced on my history SOL. I passed my PPA with flying colors, and I did way better on multiple essays and tests than I would have without being the dramaturge, without all the research. I'm going into AP seminar in AP Modern World History with my now improved skill of research and my new knowledge on these historical bits of information. Remember when I mentioned the three types of columns? They were on every ancient Greek test I've taken. Practice, SOL, the one in class, every one I took. I learned about them and memorized them because of my research for Hadestown Teen Edition, not SOL prep. I got into AP Seminar and AP Modern World History because of Hadestown Teen Edition, not countless nights studying for hours. Thank you for your time.
Joanna Rashuni?
Hello, my name is Joanna Rashuni. I reside in District 5. Fairfax High School, St. Stephen's and St. Agnes Upper School in Alexandria, Kicquetan High School Hampton, James River High School Midlothian, Colgan High School Manassas, Turner Ashby High School Bridgewater, Academy Youth Theater Lynchburg, Brookville High School Lynchburg, Moore High School Williamsburg, Collegiate High School Richmond, Washington Liberty High School Arlington. This list I just read to you are some of the many schools and groups that have performed Hadestown Teen Edition in the state of Virginia. And if I'm not mistaken, not a single one of their directors was removed from their title simply because of the context of the show. Now, every student and parent here is discussing how Mr. Rashuni has impacted their life and their love of theater in this past year. Well, I can say he's absolutely done the same for me. This started long before he became my director. My first ever live show was Hamilton in 2019, almost 6 whole years ago. One singular show that I saw with my family slowly turned into watching 25 plus live performances, and he refused to ever miss attending one singular show with me. In October of 2021, he took me on a trip to the Kennedy Center in DC so I could see Hadestown for the first time, while he's already seen it many, many, many times before I had. We then watched Hadestown at the Altria Theater in Richmond of June of 2023. And for my 18th birthday in October of 2024, he surprised me with tickets to New York to see Hadestown on Broadway. My 3rd time seeing this show live, and at that point, probably his 7th or 8th time. Yet he never got tired of it. Still to this day, even after directing for almost 5 months, listening to the soundtrack over and over and over, he was never tired of it. In my 7 years with the theater program, I have never once seen a director so dedicated. My love of theater, performing, live shows would never have been a thing without him in my life. I understand that that might not mean much since he's literally my brother, but he truly changed my life. Without theater, I would 100% not be the person I am today. This program, these shows, these people have truly been the biggest blessing to me. And I've been even more blessed that I was able to end my theater career with him by my side. From me playing the lead role in our fall competition 1 act to being the lead choreographer and chorus member of the spring musical, I wouldn't change a single thing. I thank you guys so much for your time, and although my time with PHS Theater may come to an end, it's not fair that his should too. Thank you.
Roy Palmore?
Good evening. My name is Roy Palmore. I live at 5948 Derwin Road here in Powhatan, Virginia. I am here to speak on behalf of those that want all of the buildings of the Pocahontas Complex saved from demolition. I'm a Pocahontas graduate and was president of the class in 1966. I'm also one of the top 700 people so far who've signed a petition to save the schools. While not everyone who wanted to be here to protect these buildings is not here tonight, we have to know that by that, this country is so close to unanimous when it comes to repairing and repositioning these buildings. It is disrespectful to the black history of Powhatan to preserve other buildings and then let the one place that matters to us most of all to go in despair and just tear it down. It makes very little financial sense to take brick buildings that can be rehabbed and turn them into trash or a parking lot. The people of this county deserve to know the full picture, how bad it is, the damage, and how much it would cost to repair. The history of Pocahontas deserves better than a bulldozer. Turn this building over to the county, and let's make it something that is useful and something that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has come time that we are going to have to take a bathroom break. We will go as quickly as we can and be right back. Thank you. If I could have your attention and get you back in your seats, please, so we can finish public comment period. You're most welcome there. Gail Hairston.
Good afternoon, or evening it is. I'm Gail Hairston, District 5, President of the Powhatan Branch NAACP. I'm standing here this evening concerned about the current MOU that's on the agenda for later, that's being put forward between the Powhatan County and Powhatan County Public School for Pocahontas Landmark Center. Nowhere in the MOU does it say anything about the Powhatan African American Cultural Arts Museum, which is currently a part of the NAACP. In previous MOUs dated November the 25th, 2019, or 2019-61, by the Board of Supervisors, it was stated that the NAAC was designated to be as the museum in the Landmark Center in front of the gymnasium. The community and residents of all people of color have worked hard to collect and preserve the history in that museum. So if you are changing rules in the middle of the game, then we have a problem, and it needs to be corrected before the Powhatan branch contacts our state and national office for further review. We have worked closely with Parks and Recs, the school system, and the county, and we wish to continue to be at a harmonious level. So I ask you to make the necessary amendments to include the NAACP/Powhatan African American Cultural Arts Museum in those plans. We want to make sure the museum is secure and preserved regardless of who is on either board. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you. Sherry Powers. Sherry Powers. Right. Kate Chavez.
Good evening. My name is Kate Chavez. I'm from District 4, and I'm here to talk about reinstating Mr. Ray Shuney as the theater teacher. I think you do need a little history. I am a former theater teacher myself, taught in Cumberland County and started their theater department many years ago. I am currently a VHSL theater judge and travel around the state judging one-act competitions at the middle and high school level. I have a really good idea of what goes into all of this. And I've heard these students talk a lot about their community, and all of this is true and real. But what I want to talk about is why, after all of these pre-approvals and shirtless car washes, are we having this conversation about Mr. Ray Shuney? And I want to dive in a little bit as to why I feel strongly this could be racially and politically motivated. You don't have to stand with this. You can stand apart from this. I'm concerned. When I moved here with my husband, we enrolled our daughter, Amelia Chavez, in kindergarten. My husband's name is Martin Chavez. My maiden name is Thomas. I look like a Kate Thomas, and I am a Kate Thomas. When I enrolled my daughter in kindergarten here in Powhatan County Schools, she went through the whole process. And 2 days later, I received a phone call that said, "Hola, Señora Chavez. What is your daughter's immigration number? She can't attend school here without it." My daughter was born at St. Francis Hospital, right down the road. I did ask the woman on the phone to please flip through the file and find her birth certificate. It was our last name. that definitely targeted us in this direction. We've come really far here. My daughter will be in 8th grade and has been a member of this theater department since she was in 6th grade, participated in Matilda and Hadestown and every one act. But we do see these microaggressions with our last name. Chavez, Sanchez, doesn't seem to matter to Powhatan County Public Schools. I'm shaking as I say it because as a white woman, it's not something I encountered a lot growing up in Midlothian. But my husband, Martin Chavez, encounters every day here in this county. And we stay here because in this county, every kid has a seat at the table. And I can't emphasize that enough. Every child that auditioned for Matilda got a part. Every child that auditioned for Hadestown got a part. Even my child, who I said, if you don't do something, you'll have to do sports, went and asked Mr. Ashuni and walked in. My husband built sets on the weekends. We supervised and sent snacks. We're here to support because this is our community, but Mr. Ashuni is our table. And you have to give us back our table. These people all had a seat. We're seatless. Put us back at our table. You don't have to do the wrong thing. You can stand up and say, this wasn't right, and we can make a new decision here. And we hope you will. Thank you for your time.
Amelia Chavez.
Hello, I'm Amelia Chavez. I'm 13 years old. I'm going into 8th grade. I live in District 4. Good afternoon, school board members, teachers, parents, and citizens. It has come to my attention that Mr. Ashuni, my and many other students' beloved theater director, has been removed from his position as director. This is a huge disappointment to all theater students as well as me. Mr. Ashuni has put the heart and soul into our school. He has worked hard and has many sleepless nights to bring so many performances together. I have only had the opportunity to do 2 shows with this amazing director, but I have learned so many things, like stage directions, my presence on stage, choreography and blocking, the art of quick changes, and so many more things. Theater is important to me and many other students because they have found a place to fit in. The friendships and bonds we have made in theater are indescribable. And after many long tech rehearsals, it's all worth it to hear Mr. Ashuni's loud and enthusiastic, yes, a sign of success. Please allow Mr. Ashuni to come back and continue teaching theater so that I can continue to do more shows with him and so that next year my little sister can come and do theater. Please give me more than 2 shows with this inspiring and inclusive director. Thank you for your time.
Tammy C.
Hello, Tammy C, District 1. So, looking on the agenda, the superintendent's report, it's not come up yet, but I'm getting there before the game. So there's a flyer that has been circulating for a while now that has the superintendent posing with Sans Anderson with backpacks. Claims they are donated even if Leadership Institute, which is kind of vague. Is it Powhatan Leadership Institute or is it VCASE? Sans Anderson has no position in that equation. And the circulating picture says, Amazing Shareholders Charity Team Building Event at their office in Richmond, Virginia. So when we brought it to some of the board members, they absolutely knew nothing about it. Sans Anderson, so if the school superintendent accepts donations from law firm that the school district hires for legal services, it can raise serious legal and ethical problems because it creates a conflict of interest and could violate state and federal laws. Y'all have paid Sans Anderson enough. They should be providing Kate Spade backpacks, not just for all the students, but for the teachers and faculty too. Now they said the backpacks were clear. Do any of y'all school board members have a backpack up there that's clear? How do we know what was really in them backpacks? So, anyways, I am confused as you dated it as if it just happened, Beth, when the picture was taken October 11th of 2024, 2 months into the new school year last year. Are there really two students 2 months into a school year that haven't properly been given backpacks? I know there are several churches that give out supplies and backpacks, other organizations, also Cobra One has done it as well. Why is it that the superintendent was given 5% raise when it was supposed to be 3% across the board? What needs to happen is more people need to come forward and request her resignation. Also, January 11th, 2022, under our presentation agenda, legal representative Brad King, a shareholder with Sands Anderson, states that his wife is Angie Miles, that's professional development for Powhatan. At least two of you that are currently on this board heard this presentation. Also, District 2, which is good friends with Angie Miles, seems quite a conflict of interest in development. There is a breakdown in communication within the board. They had a professional development meeting this week, and it wasn't shared with, well, it was shared.
Ms. C., your time's up.
It didn't even beep. That's convenient.
I know, right? It is. I'm sorry, your time is up according to the timekeeper over there. Thank you. Leslie Asip. Leslie Asip.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Baskin-Asip, and I live in District 4. I am also
Wait just a
secretary.
minute, Ms. Asip. Was that the beep for the end of the 30-minute time period that we need to make a motion to extend, or was that Ms. C's beep? No, the timer didn't beep at all, but the clock stopped, speaking, and then we lost it. We've got both. Okay. All right. So I need a motion to continue public comment period, please.
Shall I sit down?
All right, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, moving right along. Sorry, Ms. Asa. If you'd start again, please.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Leslie Baskin-Asip. I live in District 4. I'm also secretary of the Powhatan African American Cultural Arts Museum, which is housed in the foyer of the gymnasium on this property, and I am speaking on behalf of the museum. The Museum Board of Directors understands from reviewing the agenda and supporting documents for tonight's meeting that the school board may be considering a memorandum of understanding with the Board of Supervisors to transfer the title of the entire Pocahontas Landmark Center to Powhatan County. Regardless of which board maintains control at the PLC, the position of the Powhatan African American Cultural Arts Museum is to preserve the historic portions of the school complex. The Powhatan Training School, constructed in 1937, later named Pocahontas High School in 1941, and the two wings slated for demolition, which were the original Powhatan Elementary School, constructed in 1950 during segregation. The Museum Board appreciates the acknowledgement in the proposed MOU of the rich, complex African American history represented in the buildings and the contributions of the Powhatan African American Cultural Arts Museum has made in preserving that history and sharing it with the Powhatan community. However, the Museum Board is alarmed to find that there is no mention of a continuing relationship with the museum, Powhatan African American Cultural Arts Museum, in the proposed MOU between the school board and the Board of Supervisors, whether or not you vote to agree with that. The Board of Directors of the Powhatan African American Cultural Arts Museum urges you to continue the Memorandum of Understanding between Powhatan County Public Schools and the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People, or NAACP, executed on November 25th in 2019. In this MOU, the NAACP and the county staff mutually agreed that the foyer and entrance to the gymnasium be dedicated to the museum. In March 2022, the NAACP turned over the administration and management of the museum to the Powhatan African Cultural Arts Museum, which is a 501c3 organization, and its focus is education. So here I stand as a spokesperson for the museum. Before you vote on this proposed MOU, I urge you to consider adding language to include the Powhatan African American Cultural Arts Museum and a specific location for it to the MOU between the school board and the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Mike Asap.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Mike Asap. I'm a District 4 resident, and I came to follow and do everything my wife told me to say today. So, just kidding. I am here for a serious thing, again, to consider that you're going to consider a memorandum of understanding this evening that the Board of Supervisors has pushed your way, and seeking the planned demolition, to prevent the planned demolition of parts of this original structure here. The proposed MOU includes the transfer of title and the entire PLC from the school board to Powhatan County. I strongly support the preservation of the entire PLC property, whichever board controls it. My immediate concern, like others you have heard, however, is that the MOU the board supervisors is asking the school board to sign fails to mention the preservation or the use of the property for the Powhatan African American Cultural Arts Museum. The Board of Supervisor documents in the proclamation justifying the need to retain the property, however, and improve the properties includes strong recognition of the history, the rich African American history represented through the challenging times of segregation and the history there. And the fact that the museum has been a pivotal role in preserving that history for generations, we hope, to come. So we hope that the Board of Supervisors, they failed to include any mention of this historic PACAM in its proposed MOU, and this neglect must be fixed. So the school board, if you decide to agree with the transfer, please amend the MOU as a condition of your agreement with the Powhatan County to include explicit language that should the Board of Supervisors gain title of the Pocahontas Landmark Center, that the Powhatan African American Cultural Arts Museum will continue to be a vital part of that building in the future as determined by a future MOU between the Powhatan County and PACAM. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Benito Mayo.
Good evening. My name is Benita Mayo, and I live in District 5. I'm a graduate, 1984 graduate of Powhatan High School. I'm a 1988 graduate of the University of Virginia. But more importantly, I am a descendant of the graduates of Pocahontas High School. I'm here, and I'm standing where my grandmother, Celestine Jordan, stood. She taught in the Powhatan school system for 30 years. She started out at Pocahontas, and she was one of 2 teachers that was integral to the integration of Powhatan schools. I stand here where my great-great-grandparents stood, Charles Franklin Simpson and Lily Pearl Simpson. They stood here, they taught here, and I am their legacy that started over 80 years ago. Another descendant of Pocahontas is Deidre Trent. She is my second cousin, and she is also the former Virginia Secretary of Education of Virginia under McAuliffe's administration. Her grandmother was my grandmother's sister. We are descendants of Pocahontas. I want to extend a special thank you to Angie Miles. She posted a wonderful tribute to my family, the Simpson family, on Facebook today. But my family is just one family represented. Our family has never sought the spotlight, but for Pocahontas, we'll stand in it. Pocahontas was the cornerstone of learning, a keeper of history, and a lifeline to the Black community. Its legacy is not just in the past, it lives in every lesson learned, every door it opened, and every dream it nurtured. Preserving it means passing forward a foundation of pride, resilience, and hope for the future. Hope for future generations. Together, we can ensure its story continues to inspire and empower for years to come. And again, my family is but one example of the legacy that lives here in the county from Pocahontas. I'll just add very quickly that more than 700 signatures have been signed on the petition, most from Powhatan, but also including alum and stakeholders who now live elsewhere and strongly support saving and repurposing these buildings. A rough draft of the petition signatures has been emailed to Michelle Ward and can be provided to other board members as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bilal Rashuni.
Assalamu alaikum. As always, once again, my name is Bilal Zulfikar Rayshuni of District 5 and of Powhatan County Public Schools. And I would like to start by saying, welcome to my family. I did not do this. My students and their parents will tell you that if I have any shortcomings or personal or professional flaws, it is that my greatest weakness is that I don't know how to ask for help, and that I insist on doing everything on my own. That was my intention when I first came up to speak and reveal that after approval of an award-winning, nationally recognized show to be produced at Powhatan High School, an interim interloper saw it in himself to remove me from the position without warning and without what I believe to be justifiable cause. I planned to continue this pushback on my own, but the community that I have grown to love and that has grown with me refused to let me do so. And they showed up tonight of their own volition. I don't think there is really much more that needs to be said that hasn't already been said. But I will say this. Almost 9 years ago, December of 2016, when I was getting my master's degree at George Mason University, I graduated in that December. My master's thesis, my dissertation, was called Oasis for the Arts. The intent of that thesis was to present a case for pushing back against inappropriate depictions of Middle Eastern and Muslim individuals in Western media, and the promotion of Middle Eastern artists and storytellers by building a school for the arts in the Middle East, the first of its kind. My intention with that thesis was to build an oasis for the arts in the place my father calls his home. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that that oasis would be built by me and for me here. So to be told that the water I have tried to bring to this community to feed and nourish and help them grow is turning to ash and sand in their mouths like the mirage they must now believe it to be is insulting and disrespectful. So I am asking you to please stand by your words. We are inspiring, We are empowering. We are innovating. I am asking you to inspire, empower, and innovate not just me, but the family I have now and the family I hope to continue to grow for as long as Powhatan will choose to have me.
All right, and moving on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Tigan.
Item is the monthly financial report. I know we discussed that a little bit earlier in the meeting, which shows our expenditures and any transfers that have been made between categories. Sorry, navigating here. As well as the revenues.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess, Dr. Tigan, I'm just kind of confused. I mean, I see these basic categories, but what I was asked, of course, this is July's, the new school year. It would be the prior June, and we didn't have a school board meeting. But where would you see, like, where money from, let's say to pay legal bills or money to pay the meal bills, how do I mean, I can't see on here where that is when I look at revenues and expenditures. And maybe I'm lame and not seeing it tonight, but I see expenditures, total instruction, administration, transportation, so forth. And I see revisions here, but it doesn't tell me, like, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't tell me, so it looks like in total instruction that we added $257,422. I grant you that for a revised budget, but it doesn't tell me where that money, I can't figure out where that money came from and what it was added to cover. You know what I'm saying?
And a lot of the funds that were moved were related to the salary study and the impact of that we had, because the money was originally placed into one pot.
Right.
And then it was, once we had new hires.
Yeah, and I
knew where it
understand that
needed
for
to
July,
go.
but I mean, of course, we didn't meet in June.
Well, I'm talking, yeah.
But anyway, that's what wasn't clear. We didn't have a June report. We don't have a final report for last year. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm asking for?
Yes.
So maybe just, let's
want
put that
the
on.
June 30th report.
Yeah, just so I can answer that question is where we moved the lunch money, because I was asked about, because I made a big deal about how short we were and how we needed people to step up and help us out and donate, as some churches have been so gracious to do, to help us cover lunches for our students that can't pay, and we still ended up, I believe, like 25,000 short to pay that bill, which is kind of sad. And then, like, I know legal went over what was budgeted. So I just need to answer that question, what categories did I pull from to pay those bills? Mm-hmm. That would be most helpful. Thank you.
Also, you will see the summer use, includes the entire summer, the use of the facilities report. Because, as you say, we did not meet in June, we didn't meet at the end after the 30th of June, after the end of the fiscal year. This is our first meeting since then. Any questions?
Any other questions on if we could go back to the financial report?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a couple of questions. I, too, am also wanting further explanation. Since coming onto the board, and taking very seriously being fiscally responsible for our taxpayers' dollars and how we spend them. Again, I agree in regards to the legal fees. I know that we were budgeted, I believe, for the 24-25 school year. Was it $225,000? Is that correct? And I believe that our expenses were very close to $500,000. So my concerns are, in this particular reporting, again, this is not going to reflect the school calendar 24-25, is my first budget meeting that I participated in, and I asked each discipline how they were, the monies that they were requesting for each division, and then an explanation is given to us, how they plan on using the money, how they plan on spending it, and then we are to approve or disapprove, right? So again, over and over, and I look at Dr. Prince here and with a smile, because I kept saying over, so we're not moving buckets of money. And no, so the bucket of money goes into this particular bucket, and if the rules have changed, please help me understand so that, I'll know that. But if we are given into a certain group or division a bucket of money, and one of those buckets is depleted of those funds, for example, the legals, so that's depleted, that 225 is depleted, and then we have to take money from somewhere else, then I have great concern, because I was assured over and over and over again on those meetings last year and again this year budget meeting. Again, I asked, so we're not moving buckets of money. If that bucket of money is given to facilities and maintenance, it's not to go anywhere else, unless, I guess you could come back to the board. Maybe that would give some more reassurance. Come back to the board and say, okay, we're getting really close. We know we're going to be burning this money out. You guys, we as board members, we are the governors of our school division, and we give that authority to you as our superintendent for you to give the authority to your team. But we have to answer to the people as to how we're allowing that money to be spent. So it's very concerning that people are saying, well, where did you get the money from? I don't know. And I'm, as Vicki Hurt referred to earlier, that is not a comfortable position for an elected official to say, I don't know. I've had several of these conversations from reporters, from people in the community, and it's not a comfortable answer to say, I don't know. So I guess, I have raised 6 children. If I give, we have a lot of youth here, if I give a young person $100 to go to the grocery store, and they come home and I tell them to buy this, this, and this, and they don't spend that $100 for what I've asked, then I'm going to ask questions. Well, what did you spend my money on? So I'm kind of relaying to it the same way, is when we ask for money, because we are asking as this board to the next board, the Board of Supervisors, for that money, then I need to be accountable to be able to say, I know where that money went, and or we ran short, but this was a really good reason, and where did I pull it from? Because from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if Debbie is still here, but from what my understanding is, if we have surplus money, that's how it was explained, in a particular category, then that money goes back to our county government. So it would go back to the Board of Supervisors. So, gee, wouldn't it be helpful to say, oh, wow, we didn't really need $400,000 for, I don't know, landscaping or whatever, and we can give it back to the county so that they can use that money as the taxpayers see fit in their division and for whatever they need. So, moving forward, so I guess we have a couple things. I really would like to know where that money came from, and is that a division that may have suffered financially because we didn't have the money there? And moving forward, that we could put some things into place, and this is where the board and us as governing officers would be able to say, okay, if we have budgeted $300,000 for meals and food and et cetera, if we, like I said, if we're running out of money in that particular category, then come back to the board and say, hey, look, we need an additional $10,000 for this, or we need an additional $3,000 for that. And then we can be aware of what we're spending, have more control over that, because that is what our governmental and fiscal duty is. And I think that would really help transparency-wise. That would help our community and our citizens know that we're being really responsible, for their money. And then also not leave any room for doubt or error that funds are being misappropriated. So, because as I do my research in my law, I get a little nervous when I hear things could be misappropriation of funds. And for goodness sakes, what I would not want us to be responsible for misappropriating in funds, because we're saying we're using it for one thing, but then we've used it somewhere else. And most people, when they despise government officials, it's because they're not spending their money wisely. So, and that's just not for Little Powhatan, that's on the big spectrum. When it comes to government, we need to really be careful and have a direct line and accountability for those dollars and an explanation.
I will, as I said previously, I will share where we'll pull it out and share where it went. To me, it's like running a household, and you know what your budget is, but when you have an emergency and you need to do a repair, you've got to figure out where that's coming from. And if there's not money in that category, then it's where can we tighten up? Because we're not asking for additional funds from the county. Once they've allocated, that's it. They expect us to end the year in the black, which is what we expect also. So, I think there's that is fiscal management from my perspective, but we're, like I say, we'll get you, all of the board members.
Right, and I agree, but again, I like my example, with my household. If I say we've got $300 to spend for eating out this month, but when I get that credit card bill and it's $700, where am I going to explain to my husband where the extra $400 is, and hey, next month we have to be more responsible, we can't eat out. So we need to make sure that we have those things in place, again, so we know where the money is, and it's being spent wisely and appropriate, because like you said, in the black. And again, it'd be really nice to pat ourselves one day and say, hey, county, here's another $100,000 back, we didn't need it. So, and thanks for trusting us with this taxpayers' money. So that's what I want to be able to say and be able to understand, and I think we can do that moving forward.
Madam Chair, doesn't the county do the same thing with moving the money around as they need it? I'm not mistaken. I've seen that in the budget work. They kind of do the same thing when they have to move money from, one spot to the other. Like you said, you have $300 allotted to eat out, but you get a $700 credit card bill. It doesn't look like you're eating out. So that's where you're moving money around. Unfortunately, legal bills is one of those things that if you're sued, you gotta have a lawyer. You just can't walk into court and go, yeah, I don't have a lawyer. Food service, same thing. We can't tell these kids they can't eat just because it's not in the budget for them to eat.
Yeah.
So if it was something, I don't know, frivolous, which I've seen our budget, it's not frivolous. And I feel like we are there. Of course, they want to see where it's coming from, and I have no problem with that. But I want to make it clear that that is kind of a standard operating procedure for budgets, is when you move it from one area to the other as a need arises, because the county's not going to give us any more money. And like even when you guys at the budget time didn't want to have the high budget that we had for legal fees, y'all wanted to vote further down because you didn't know, but I would rather have it more and then give it back versus having to take it out of some other area. That's just.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Hurd.
I don't think it's appropriate to address what the Board of Supervisors may do or not do, because if they, I wouldn't agree with that procedure as my elected official to be moving money around and not making it totally transparent. And there are ways that school systems, it's called category distribution of the money from their governing body that really keeps track of every penny. My understanding, I haven't done a ton of research on it, and I would just hate for it to come down to getting in a situation like that. So that's why I just think it's best, just when we do move a big chunk, that we all understand, everybody on the board, where it came from and what it needed to do. And that if someone asks us that question, we don't say, hey, I don't know, because that's really embarrassing. And that is my concern. But I think we need to be careful not to criticize the Board of Supervisors so quickly by saying that, they do the same thing.
Was that a criticism?
Well,
I didn't.
Well, but I mean,
I didn't think it was. I thought they did the same thing.
I'm just saying, I just don't think that what they do, how they run their budget, is really our concern at this point. We need to focus on our budget.
I'm a taxpayer, so yeah, I can concern myself with
Well,
the
this
county
is probably not the forum for doing that.
But still, like I said, if I'm not mistaken, and I did not plan on insulting anyone, if that insults someone, then that's on them, because that's what people do in budgets. You have to move money around. I have to.
Madam Chair, and just to.
Wait just a minute, Let's see if she's finished. Are you done, Ms. Wade?
Yes.
Dr. Taylor was waiting to ask or make a statement, I think. And then we'll come back to you. Go ahead.
As I listened to this back and forth, the first side of it just felt like it's an insinuation that we're not as responsible as the Board of Supervisors. So I took offense to that. I think if you were to do some research of how the county has handled their budget, you would find that they have transferred money 6 times greater than us this past year.
That doesn't mean that it's right.
I'm not saying that, but you're insinuating that they're doing it better than we are. That's what I heard from you.
No. I'm insinuating,
But
I'm not insinuating anything. I'm making a clear statement.
A budget
I want
is
to
a
know where the money is.
A budget is a projection. We project that we're going to spend this much in this category, and we all have budgets. And sometimes you spend less, sometimes you spend more.
Correct.
And then you reallocate. When we have excess funds at the end of the year, yes, that money goes back to the county, but it goes back to the capital reserve for our future CIP. It's not supposed to go back for the county to use it for whatever they want. It's supposed to go into our capital reserve for future needs down the road for the school system. So this idea that they do it better than we, I just disagree. Hopefully, we're both doing it really, really well. But why do we keep poking holes at this board and what we're trying to do? I just don't understand that.
Well, I'd like to address that and also to tag on the.
Hold on. Like, you keep bringing up the legal fees and all of these things. Like, every single month, you just point out how we're doing something wrong, or something's being mishandled, or there's something's under the table. I just don't understand that. Why is it we're always bad, we're always wrong, we're always not as good?
Well, Dr. Taylor, I'm going to tell you once again, you're putting words in my mouth. You've done that several times. You publicly spoke at the Board of Supervisors meeting several weeks ago and said that you were speaking for the board. Yes, you did. Go back and watch the tape.
I am a school board member.
And you said, I'm speaking for the board.
All right, now, y'all behave.
Anyways, going back to the situation, I'm not saying that we are doing anything bad. I ran my campaign on transparency. I have people that are sitting here in this room that I want to be accountable to. We as a board should be accountable to. There shouldn't be anything that we should be concerned, whether there's clear backpacks that have been given by a law firm that we're paying $500,000 to, okay? I want transparency. What's in the backpacks? How much was the value? When did we get them? In October? Why am I finding out now in July of 25? I want transparency so that I can not only have in my clear head that I'm doing the right thing and I'm serving on a board that is doing the right thing, but then I can also answer to the people out here that are my neighbors and my friends in my community, that I am watching their dollars as best as I can. So again, you, Dr. Taylor, again have said backhanded comments. I don't make backhanded comments. I'm pretty direct. And sometimes people don't like that. I like to make it nice and warm and fuzzy, but I'm pretty direct. So I just want clarification. I want to be able to answer questions as to where people are spending their money. I have lived in this county a lot longer than you have, and I have seen multiple people, and I've explained this to our superintendent, where we have had funds that were embezzled from this school building. From this school building. I'm sure there's people that remember we had embezzlement, $38,000, $45,000. You didn't live through that.
Can we please get back on topic?
I'm on topic, Chair.
Come
I'm
on.
on topic, Ms. Chair.
I know,
So,
but this is
point of order, please.
monthly
Point of order.
financial reporting.
Point of order, please.
Not history.
Point of order, please.
Please.
Point of order. Thank you, Chair. So,
Mrs. Ward,
thank you. Point of
please.
order. I'm continuing.
please,
Yes, ma'am.
let's get back on topic. Not the history of everything that's might
Point
have
of order.
gone wrong.
You are not allowed to question me when I am giving my comment verbatim back. Okay, so.
Excuse
and when-
me.
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. If when you are not on topic, I can.
I am on topic.
Absolutely ask you to please go back to the topic, which is the monthly financial
Monthly
reporting.
financial report. We would like to see an accountability and be able to put a good process moving forward as to how we're spending our money and our tax dollars.
Good point.
And
Good point.
in referencing Board of Supervisors and how they manage it, if that's what they're doing, maybe they shouldn't be doing it. But I'm not going to question them because I don't know that yet. All I know is what I'm being responsible for and what I vote for. That's what I'm accountable for right now.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, so Dr. Tigan, in regards to this, the financial reporting, you're going to share with us how the money was moved, what categories it was moved from and into? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's your request, right?
Correct.
All right. Anyone else have any concerns or comments at this time? All right. Let's move on then to summer use of facilities. Dr. Tigan, have you covered this as much as you need to?
Yes, we provide it every month. I don't know if normally we don't have questions, but if you have questions.
Any questions on this section right here, board members? All right, go ahead with your report.
Policies and regulations from June 2025. These were policies that were brought forward for the first time in June, but were not required at that point in time by legislation. And so we left them out for their 30 days or more public comment, received none. We're bringing them back tonight for approval.
Any questions or comments on this set of policies? All right.
The next one is policy and regulation updates from August of 2025. These are ones that, this is the first time they're being brought forward tonight. They're related, the first one is related to the acceleration in middle school that you heard earlier tonight, the presentation about mathematics. And so that's the first one. And the second one is an alignment of the student cell phone and smart device possession and use, making sure that our student rights and responsibilities aligns with our policy. And due to the nature of these two, we are asking for approval of these two this evening.
Okay. Any questions on these two policies? Questions or concerns? All right, moving on.
The next one is consideration approval of policy JHC. This is permitting students to schedule and participate in mental health teletherapy at school. In the background, you will see that it says clearly in the first section A, in order to increase access to health care services for students, each school board shall consider developing and implementing policies pertaining to permitting any public school student in the school division to schedule and participate in telehealth services and mental health services, teletherapy services on school property. And so we have drafted, per input from the board, policy related to this for clarity, but this is something that needs to definitely be a discussion tonight with the board. And Ms. Bryce, can you pull up the actual policy, the student health services policy? And based on feedback, this was something that the board was not interested in doing at our school. It comes with the need to provide supervision and take on a larger role of parent that we don't have the resources to do, or feel that it's the place of the schools to take this on. And so you'll see the addition to the student health services policy in green.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm in complete agreement with Dr. Teigen. I feel like this is infringement upon parents' rights, and this telehealth, particularly teletherapy, occurring without parent supervision. The parent would not be in knowledge of what was transferring between their child and whoever the therapist is. I think we want to stick to the job of academics, providing a safe and welcoming environment for all students. And if we need to help parents find outside therapy for their child or health care for their child, I'm sure we'll step in. We have the Powhatan Goochland
Community Services
Board. I couldn't think of the name, thank you, Community Services Board, that are willing and able to step in and provide services. And I just think that this is just not, plus we don't have the personnel
For us. It's
to
not for
supervise
Powhatan.
these kids. So I'm in complete agreement of how this proposed policy is written.
I think it calls on the school system to do something. One, we don't have the space nor the staff to be able to do this, and to do it so that we feel like that we are doing our job, which is supervising the student, not infringing on their rights to be able to have a conversation with their therapist. But, I mean, we just don't have personnel nor the space to have this happen in our schools. But we do have other means of helping students get the help they need. And anyone else want to make a comment on this?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to as well.
All right.
I would also like to support Dr. Teigen in regards to this particular policy. I feel that when it comes to mental health, it is a slippery slope for us to intertwine ourselves in with mental health in counseling sessions. And I don't feel that that's appropriate. I agree with Mrs. Hurt that we need to focus on education. If our children do need to have counseling services, then again, it's up to parents' rights, and for them to be able to have the ability to hopefully schedule some of those appointments outside of school time. But if necessary, and they need to, to do those within school time, then the accommodation should be made, available for that. So I agree. I don't feel, pardon?
Mrs. Smith is looking perplexed. I think what Mrs. Wade is saying, I'm really tired now.
See, I told y'all they were in bed by
Mrs.
9:30 every
Ward-
night. See, I told you, I knew them.
Mrs. Ward is saying that if a child needs to leave school early or whatever, to make it easy to schedule necessary therapy, medical appointments.
Correct. Was I not
during the
clear on
school
that? I
day
apologize if I
outside
wasn't.
of our school buildings.
Yeah. I am tired. I've been up since 5 a.m. this morning. So,
Okay,
but
so,
yes.
yeah, you
So-
agree with the policy then as
Yes,
we're
I agree
moving
with the
forward
policy. I
it.
feel that this is a slippery slope. We need to
Okay.
stay focused on education.
All right. Okay, well, we'll have a good vote then when we get there. Lunch
We
prices.
are there. I don't think it's in the consent agenda because.
Okay,
we
it didn't
wanted
get
to do it
moved.
with the discussion.
Oh, okay, there we go.
So this is
All right, so now,
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt, wait a minute, let me go back and find what it's called. Policy JHC, permitting students,
It's called Student Health Services. Sorry.
student health services policy,
Madam-
as presented.
Madam Chair, I second.
yes. Second? All right, and can we have a vote, please? Let's do this by districts.
Roll call.
Go ahead, District 1,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
and 2 says yes as well. All right, this passes 5-0. Okay, good deal. All right,
Okay, the next item is receiving information on the 25-26 school lunch prices. This is an update. We had come to you earlier with a 25-cent increase in the lunches but VDOE sent back that based on, that the adult meal lunches would need to increase to 50 cents. And so the adult lunches will go from $4 to $4.50 this year. But there was no other impact on student prices for breakfast or lunch.
keep going.
All right. The FY 2026 grant appropriation for the DBHDS grant. This is a continuation of a grant that has been between schools and the Goochland Powhatan Community Services Board. And so this is transferring the balance, which will cover through September for the mental health assistance that they give our students.
That's September.
This
of
is a
this
part,
year.
right,
This is
in-
September of
Of
2026.
26, yes.
Okay. All right.
We're in now, right,
So it ends in September?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
could I get some clarification on this? So there's funds that are appropriated here, and if we are not to use them, and we haven't used them, is that correct?
It was over a grant over a period of time, and it's like, it truly has been like a pass-through grant where the money comes to us, but then it goes directly to the Community Services Board to pay for the salaries of the employees that are doing the work with students.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
And this is done with parents. This is, but it's something we're able to help, the grant allows them to get additional support.
Any other questions or comments on this? All right.
The Greater Richmond Area Education Technology Consortium provided a mini grant award, and this was to fund 25 student licenses for 2 teachers for the artificial intelligence powered reading tutor developed by Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, HMH, which is what we are using, and this is for our students that are English language learners.
Have we been playing around with this program already? Or do we know? Can we answer
I
that?
can't answer that specifically. I would assume they have, but do you know if you can maybe answer to what Cynthia?
I mean, every time somebody says AI, we're shaking in our boots. So help calm the waters here on this.
It was investigated by our English language coordinator to make sure, as a possibility for interconnecting some of the learning that's happening with our Ls in our buildings to make sure that there's sort of a consistency there with the kinds of things they're being exposed to. And so This grant was something that she had applied for so that she could put it into place with students and try to interconnect some of that reading learning and into the same kinds of supports that would be required for our Ls and the instruction of Ls. So while this is not necessarily something that we're going to go all into, she's trying it this year with the help of this grant to see how deep it goes. But it was investigated, and she did talk with the representatives to make sure that everything would sync together.
And it covers 25 student licenses, which gives them 25 students access to it, right?
Correct.
On their computer.
Correct. But
Okay.
it's all within, my understanding of the program is that it's all within the platform of Interreading and HMH, so it's already in the curriculum that we have adopted. It's just an extension to help scaffold learning for our Ls and multilingual students.
Which is not something it would be extra that we would have to buy.
Correct.
If we didn't have this grant.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Correct. And actually, this was something that had been added into the Title III grant that we received from, from the state to help support our Ls. But because we got this grant that she applied for on the side, we were able to repurpose some of that funding too.
Okay, good, good. Thank you for that explanation.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Any other questions about?
Anything else on that mini grant? Going once, going twice? Brings back at the end if you think of something. Go
Some
ahead.
exciting news with the next one is our advisory committee applications. We have 5 individuals who have applied to join advisories. There are 3 here that are for the Special Education Advisory, or known as SEAC, and 2 of them are for the School Health Advisory Board, or SHAB. And so I know you've had access to those applications that were posted with this, but just wanted, seeking your approval of these appointments for our advisory boards, and we'll keep continuing to seek applicants for our other advisories.
Questions or comments on this?
And this is another one that is not on consent agenda, because we wanted to make sure that we talked about it. Knowing, the advisories are an extension of you from the standpoint of the people who serve on these advisories are the ones that are to be bringing us information in so that you as board have that feedback from your constituents or those in the community as a whole, and able to help then drive, what's happening in those areas.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we accept these 5 as presented to us this evening for the Special Education Advisory and the School Health Advisory Board.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll be notifying these individuals in the next day or 2. So superintendent's designee each year at this time bring forward names as to members of the staff that can be designees should I not be able to be at a school board meeting or be absent when a signature or something is needed for the Department of Ed. No change over last year. Dr. Angela Stewart, Chief Academic Officer, Courtney Jarman, Chief Schools Officer, and Debbie Holloway, Chief Financial Officer.
That is in the consent agenda.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Moving on.
Okay, just want to make sure there's no questions. Donation from the Curtises. Mr. and Mrs. Curtis have donated $1,250, which is an increase from prior years of $1,000 for each teacher, librarian, and school counselor to support the needs of the students that they serve, including the need to make their work environment welcoming to their students. And again, the $250 increase was because of a level of inflation they felt has occurred since they started this program. And obviously, we are appreciative of not only their donation, but their steadfast support of our teachers and students and public education as a whole.
Madam Chair, how many years have the Curtises been so graciously doing this? It seems maybe at least 5.
It's at least 5.
I would at least, yes. I think they started like right as,
COVID was in.
right, yes, right after.
21.
2021, 20, yes.
That's what I was thinking, it was 5. That, it's wonderful that they do that, because that really helps teachers not to have to spend a lot of money out of their pockets.
Yes.
And I really appreciate them doing that. And I know last year I personally wrote them a thank you note, and maybe we all should write them a thank you note.
That's what I told the
personally.
teachers when we told them at the Empower Conference, was they needed to write their thank yous. Don't just thank, because it's
I have
not us as they're clapping and
Right.
thanking us. It's not us. It is their donation.
And I'm involved with a lot of school boards around the state, and I don't know of another school board that has a gracious benefactor as this, given this kind of money. So we are truly blessed,
Yes, we are.
Powhatan County.
Yes, we are. All right, moving right
So
along.
move on to the donation for Empower Conference. Newzella, one of our vendors that provides an electronic source of information at different reading levels, so we can help meet the needs of students where they are, but be on task with their classmates. They provided a $1,000 donation to support our Empower Conference. And the last one you heard about earlier is it is a donation, and it was August of '24, as it says there, that I was actually approached by the Leaders Institute. This was a part of what they were doing in Richmond City, and and they were giving backpacks to different areas, and so Sands Anderson had wanted to donate to us here because of his ties to here because of his wife, growing up here. And so there were 25 clear backpacks with supplies. I mean, there was like if I'm trying to remember, I think it was a spiral notebook, some colored pencils, some, writing paper. I'm trying to think what else. But, I wouldn't call them full, but it was something that we felt that our middle school students could benefit from. They don't get a lot of donations. And so that is what they were.
So Dr. Tai, you didn't keep your backpacks, all 25 of them?
No, I did not.
Okay, they went to our
I
middle
may have
school kids.
overlooked putting them on a donation list
So
because
that's
of what
okay.
else I was dealing with.
That's
but-
okay. Just make sure that everyone's clear on that.
And so, happy to answer any other questions.
Any questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
before we vote on the consent agenda, there's one thing on the consent agenda that the annual surrogate parent approval. So
Yes, ma'am. This is on every year. and
that's
so
what I
it's always
thought.
on the consent
Just in case
agenda.
someone is following, we didn't.
This is related to, that every year we're required to have.
It's a legal requirement,
It's
I
a
know.
legal requirement.
Right.
And every year it's been Miss Lizette Oxley who serves in this role. So I did put it on the consent agenda because we've done it for so many years and it's just been on the consent last year. So I wondered if I should have put it up after.
Well, I don't
did
want
that,
anybody
but-
to think that
Yeah,
we would
no.
vote on something that we didn't
Exactly.
discuss, and so I just trying to make sure we're doing everything right.
Ready for a motion?
Okay. We ready for a motion?
I make the motion that we adopt the consent agenda as presented to us this evening.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Since there's so many things on that list, I'm going to call for a vote. District 1,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
2, yes. This is voting on all the items in the consent agenda. Motion passes 5-0. Okay. Resolution R-2025-49 and the accompanying MOU. Who would like to start? Oh, y'all all talked out. Then
I
let's-
was letting someone else be first, but I can go first if no one's ready to step in.
Go ahead, Ms. Hurt, be first. Get us started.
So I have gathered a great deal of information, and this is a summation of what I have found and really what disturbs me. And I guess in looking at this issue and hearing people speak and the board speak, and this has been going on, that, you know, where's the common sense here? Where is fiscally responsible, being physically responsible to the taxpayers and doing what constituents want? And we already know there's a petition out there. Last night when someone sent it to me and I looked at it, it was 693 signatures. I believe it's over 700 today. Issues like this should have nothing to do with personal feelings about another board or other politicians. It shouldn't be a battle between school board and board of supervisors. It should be a point where we should be collaborating with each other to serve the citizens of Powhatan County. That's what we're all elected to do. I'm concerned because I feel there was never any good public awareness of the situation that we were dealing with. I don't recall anybody having any sort of public hearing or meeting with the public to explain the situation. I know through the years this has been talked about, what to do with it, but unfortunately, people don't come to school board meetings or come to Board of Supervisors meetings. Where the public became aware is when the Christmas mother started spreading the word, hey, I need to find a place to move to because I'm being kicked out. And so in December, all of a sudden, I was at a political thing, and numerous people cornered me and wanted to know what was going on, why were we kicking the Christmas mother out? And, you know, I began to try to explain the situation. And what happened with people, that's when people started getting concerned in December and understanding the situation we were dealing with. A huge number of stakeholders in this rallied, and as you've heard, there are people even that don't even live in Powhatan anymore that are very concerned. They began calling, texting, and the Board of Supervisors, along with school board members, got a huge amount of texts, calls, emails. I really think the Board of Supervisors were starting down the right path. They were trying to step up and investigate the situation. And yes, they did give us the CIP money to tear it down, but through this process, they became aware that some of the buildings were certainly salvageable with a potential for repurpose. And I think that's where we need to have community input, community meetings to find out what can be done. Should it be we call it CWD now, but CTE, the old like career technology development, community center, really let the public have input. And I just, as a business person in a earlier life before I became a teacher, it just goes against my grain to destroy an asset that belongs to the taxpayers if it could be saved. We don't know for sure if it is a viable asset and it can be repurposed. And that's where I stand, that I don't want to rush into doing something. And I know it's been said repeatedly, oh, this has been going on for years. No, because people don't have a good news source in Powhatan County to keep people updated about something like the PLC, potentially vacant buildings being torn down. And what the Board of Supervisors faced from us was that we handed them a quite hefty list of CIP projects that really is no one's fault. It's just the reality that there was a great deal that needed to be taken care of, and unfortunately, that is on the shoulders or the backs of the taxpayers, which became very concerning for citizens. Now, the Board of Supervisors have taken a huge hit on raising everyone's taxes 6 cents per mil. And I did verify this before the board meeting because there's some discrepancy on why this 6 cents was increased. And I checked on it and reconfirmed that 4 cents of that increase was to try to meet the needs of the schools. The Board of Supervisors do care about Powhatan schools. The other 2% was for borrowing power so that it enabled them financially, through their looking at the financial documents, to have the correct financial picture, to have certain borrowing power, I can talk tonight, to hold the interest rate and to make it a more attractive loan package to get the money you need to build. What concerns me are the optics for Powhatan County. I hate seeing on the news, it just makes me want to, obviously be honest, throw up, that we appear to be racist by tearing down parts of a historical black school that people put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into making that happen. And, at the July Board of Supervisors meeting, they did confirm, and it was said tonight, that parts of what's being torn down was part of the original not the original, but part of used by black students in Powhatan County. As far as the African American Cultural Arts Museum, I never even thought anybody would, in my wildest imagination, would remove that from there. I've never heard that as a point of discussion from anyone, and I will be vehemently opposed to disturbing that. My understanding was everything over there stays as it is, the Parks and Recreation, the pickleball courts, and the African American Cultural Arts Museum. Now, what was really nice that I found very exciting is that the Board of Supervisors is willing to take over the whole complex and cover all the costs, because currently the school board is paying for everything over there, the utilities and so forth. And today when I walked in, I have to be totally honest to you, and I know I'm a stickler for stuff, but our landscape out front looks horrible. The bushes need trimming. It doesn't, when something that's a historical building and as important as this, I hate to see out there look so shabby, that it just really upset me. And I know people laugh, but those pots that have the geraniums in, that needs to be weeded. It looks, I just want to see this building kept really super nice. And we have a lot on our plate with our 5 schools that we're trying to keep in pristine condition. So for me, when the Board of Supervisors said, hey, I'm taking this, we'll take it, y'all can stay as long as you need. We're not gonna yank you out of there. Let's try to save this building. And I'm throwing in, let's have some stakeholder meetings and hear what we can do if those buildings can be saved. Let's get a cost-benefit analysis on saving what we can over there. Let's see. Now, I I was confused because I felt like we potentially were disingenuous with the Board of Supervisors because I thought there was an agreement that we were going to give them so much time, like 60 days or something. I got a little confused and I tried to go back in my notes and figure it out, to evaluate the building over there and then address, was it salvageable, and then maybe take it a step further and start looking at potential uses. And yes, the community center has come up, but that's in their CIP. I believe they have they're budgeted or planning $20 million for a community center, which if they can repurpose another building, that could be a huge savings. But that's something that needs to be looked at through the lens of the stakeholders of Powhatan County. As I said, the public outcry, I hate even looking at social media, Instagram, Facebook, and see the people that are so concerned about tearing down this vital asset potentially to Powhatan County. So here's the bottom line. Based on what the options, I guess you could say, based on what has occurred, I feel the prudent action would be to delay demolition, allow the Board of Supervisors to do a complete analysis of the viability of saving 2, 1, whatever, buildings over there, and then let's have some stakeholders address, and we would be a stakeholder, of course, potential uses, and give them enough time to get that done. And, is that January 1st? I don't, what is a reasonable amount to really have the appropriate people assess the building? Now, or better yet, change the MOU tonight to make sure that it's clear that, the museum is not going to be thrown from its location, and vote to just get this behind us. Just give the PLC to the Board of Supervisors so I can call them up and fuss that they haven't trimmed the bushes out front and they need to weed the mulch bed and they need to plant some grass because it's going to be their problem, not our problem. And I don't want to lose sight that we're in the business of educating children, not making decisions about real estate that we really haven't made a hardcore decision, what we're going to do it as a school system. We don't have a need for it. And I know that our enrollment numbers are decreasing, which is the case statewide, nationwide. Our county's getting older. So we got to consider all of that. So that is my thought, that to have a discussion to.
Madam Chair, can we have, Madam Chair? Yes, ma'am. Could we have point of order, please? Because there is some talking and discussion amongst other board members here, and I'm trying to listen and focus.
I was actually asking a question to our superintendent. So,
That's not nice.
thank you.
It is not nice on anybody's part, but I was trying to find out an answer to a question as well.
Thank you.
But go ahead, Ms. Hart. Can we kind of, if everybody talks that long, we won't go home tonight.
Yes, that is not appropriate that when a board member is presenting information, other people on the dais to talk. If you look at parliamentary procedure and Robert's Rule of Order, it is very disrespectful
It is.
to
I
other
agree.
board members, and I would not do that to you guys, and I hope I would expect the same respect. But I'm just asking to let's put on our thinking caps here. Let's try to come up with what is best for the stakeholders of this county, and let's not be so quick to tear down something that might be an asset. And let's give the public a break that they didn't really know about this situation fully until probably about December of '24. Thank you.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I have also had multitudes of constituents. A couple have approached me. Several approached me outside of the Board of Supervisors meeting the other night, 2 weeks ago. And They want the buildings for a community center. I have also had more than 10 times that amount that has talked to me about that these buildings should probably come down. They did a renovation on them and painted over the lead paint. There's more than likely asbestos. I think that there's been some confusion about what parts would be coming down. This building is not coming down. This is the historic part of the original school. And I just want to make it clear, because there has been a lot of misinformation put out there, that this is the actual historic part of the school and the NAACP meeting, their museum. I did have one constituent that met with me. We had an hour-long conversation, and she wants a community center. She wants the county to have this property. But then she wanted to tell me that when she goes over to the PLC, to Parks and Rec, that there's wet floors, the carpet is leaking, and that we should fix that. I had to advise her that that is run by the county. We're not supposed to maintain those buildings because of an MOU that was produced in, I think, 2022, 2023. Anyway, that they're taking over control of this building. So it's sort of like, if they're not taking and fixing that, what's going to happen with the rest of the buildings? Are we going to let them sit for another year, 2, 3, until they actually have the money in the CIP for that? There was no secrets kept about the demolition that was taking place. That was not secret. I think, Mrs. Hurt, you said something about that we needed public meetings. I thought that's what this is a public meeting. I assume that's what it is. No secrets were kept. Everything was done publicly. We're going to tear it down. They knew. They approved it. We applied for a permit, and then they pulled it so we could prove that we owned it, which I guess they found that we approved that we own it because there was an MOU that said we own it. So I'm just looking at that going, okay, we own it, so you've said it. So, again, I haven't seen a public outcry. I've seen maybe a small number of people that want a community center, that talk about that, the aging population is becoming more and the school-age population is becoming less. I think the county, as far as, their stuff, we need to focus on infrastructure. I'm a county taxpayer. I think we need to focus on infrastructure for this county so we can bring in some businesses instead of having to pay for everything on the backs of homeowners. That's all I.
Dr. Taylor.
I'll be short. I've said much about this, and let me just first all clarify that the African American Museum wasn't included in the MOU. That had nothing to do with us. We were not consulted at all in the formation of that MOU, and so it's sad that it wasn't included. The main issue I would just raise again is safety. 3 or 4 years ago on the previous board, we were discussing this, as it's been discussed for 6 years, and safety was a big deal, and so we were not comfortable as a board at that point of allowing Habitat for Humanity or someone like that to come in and repurpose those facilities just from the safety standpoint of having an elementary school next door. Second aspect of the safety would be, right now, this county CIP is set for a community center in 2028, running through 2031. And that means if we were to allow or agree with this MOU, in theory, these facilities would sit here without any work being done on them for another 2.5 years, which allows that rot over there to continue to encroach into our staff. So looking at it from our team's perspective, safety has to be a priority, and I can't go along with it.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a few references in regards to the discussion. First off, I did receive an email a couple of hours ago in reference to a rough draft of a petition that has been signed. This particular reference of petitions is over 700 signatures. And I can guarantee you, probably only 20% of the people in this community are aware of it and/or knew that they could possibly sign this. So we were all elected. We were all elected by the constituents in this community to be the voice of the people that put us in the seat. So I guarantee you, if I went through District 1 through this petition of 700 signatures, and District 2, and District 3, District 4, District 5, let's just take 700 signatures and we'd average them out. Maybe my district would have a little more signatures weighted, 200. So we could say at least 100 for each district of persons who have signed a petition who are asking us as a school board to be fiscally responsible to help save and preserve buildings that do have historical significance, not just this building. This PLC building where we're sitting here, yes, it has the majority of the significance, but all of those buildings. And if you reference the MOU, it's very clearly, if you read the MOU, it's very clear. It says right here when the different wings were built, by who raised the money, who was educated there, and then when the schools were desegregated, then all of the schools, all of the students in Powhatan congregated here. So to me, that just shows more proof of unity. Unity. We should have unity amongst each other as citizens. So when we're referencing these signatures that I'm looking at, and I will forward this to every single board member here, again, just 700. I guarantee you, Mrs. Hurt, if you did a poll in your district, you probably had 4,000 people elect you, 3,000, I don't know. However, 80% of those people would probably say, please save the PLC, give it over to the county, help us with our tax dollars. We're not saying that it doesn't necessarily have to be a community center. We are not in the business of owning real estate. When you look up the Virginia Code and the law, it says that if we have surplus property, that in the best interest, we give it back to the governing county over us. Yes, we are our own board. Dr. Taylor, I agree with you. Susan Smith, I agree with you. We are our own board and we make decisions for the school division. However, we also work side by side with the umbrella of the Board of Supervisors because we can't do squat diddly without money from them. We can't purchase more land. We can't build buildings. We can't do these things. So they're going and trusting us with good faith to make the right decisions for our students and our faculty in this community. So we should show good faith and give it back to the Board of Supervisors because it's surplus property. And when you reference that this has been going on for several years, yes, this resolution here that I'm looking at says right here, January of 22. I believe Susan Smith and James Taylor, y'all were on the board at that time, maybe? Is that correct? Okay. Here, you were both willing and to vote and you did vote to give the surplus property back to the county. I do not understand why the significance is so hard set fast right now to not go through with that thought process that took place back in 2022. That's one question. However, again, transferring of the ownership is we're relinquishing our responsibility of the buildings and maintaining because we're supposed to use education funds. Because I'll be the first one to tell you, last year when it was presented to me, and Ms. Wade, you and I walked through that school building, we saw how terrible it was with all the water in the bottom. I went and I read the law and the code, and I came back and I shared if you remember, that we cannot use educational funding to refurbish the building if we have no use for it. So at that time, when the information was presented to me, we didn't need a new school building. We weren't going to need one for decades, I'm sure, in this area. And we certainly don't need that purpose now, so we cannot, by law, not to misappropriate funds, use school education money to refurbish a building that we have no use for. For example, the Christmas Mother. We can't use our educational dollars to refurbish that building and let the Christmas Mother stay there. The Board of Supervisors can. So that would relinquish us not using funds inappropriately, but still being able to save square footage that all of us in this community would benefit from. So that's several points right there. But when it comes to time, I agree with Mrs. Hurt. If the Board of Supervisors says that they want, to have some time and look into this, see how that they can pull this off, give them time. Give them till January 31st or February 1 and say, okay, you do your due diligence. How much is it going to cost to refurbish it? They've done that to all these other buildings. They did this to the original building up in the village and such. Allow them the time to find out. Let Habitat for Humanity come in and volunteer to do benefit hours. Let our community businesses. Mrs. Wade has a company, electrical. There's other electrical companies in this community. Let them come in and say, we would be glad to refurbish the electrical part of this building for y'all and only charge the county 10% profit. So it doesn't have to be, they're still making a little bit of money, but they're also helping their community. There's lots of creative ways that we could do to help the taxpayers and lessen that burden financially. Give them that time and let them be creative and let them figure it out. And if they don't come back with something that's, reasonable, then at that point, I guess we follow suit. Although I would sure that they can come up with something appropriate. I don't want us to make the mistake. This has become very personal. Everyone has taken this very personal, and it should not be personal, except for the love of wanting to preserve something in your community. That you can take personal. But as far as making the decisions, it should be fiscally responsible, staying in your lane, us staying in our lane. We have, as it is quoted, surplus real estate titled to the school board. Almost every county, always, show me a county that does not turn that property, surplus property, back over to their larger governing body. If you find one in Virginia, maybe you're good. But I just feel it's very important, and it's very, very sorrowful that this has become to the point where people are getting angry about it or feeling personally attacked because of it. So let's just do the right thing, buy them some time, extend it to end of January because of the holidays. They don't even meet, I think, in December or something like that. Or just go ahead and settle this tonight, and as 2022 right here is referencing, just give it back, transfer it back over to the Board of Supervisors, let us wash our hands of it, and focus on what we really need to be focusing on, and that's educating our students in this county and in this community, and letting our seniors be able to sign a paycheck and not just write their initials. We've wasted so much time on this. I agree. This has been going on back and forth for a couple of years. So let's stop wasting the time and just stay in our lane and give it back to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Anybody else got anything to add? I'm going to make mine real short, too. How many people live in Powhatan County? How many people are truly interested in a community center? You get different stories from whoever you speak to. This is not the place for a community center in regards for the safety of our students. And when you say that we are entrusted to make the right decision, we did. We studied it. We've put it out there for discussion. We voted on it. We moved forward with the plan. They approved the funds. They approved the plan. So I have a great amount of emotion when it comes to this entire complex. For the years that I taught here, that all 3 of my kids attended this school. But the time has come that we make a decision on how to clean up this area to make it safe environmentally for the people who work in this building and consider the safety of our students next door. And that's where I stand on it. So, moving right along, we need a motion on this resolution. Who's got one for me?
I'd like to make a resolution, Madam Chair, for us to ask for a stay.
Make a motion.
What did I say?
Make a resolution.
Told you I'm tired. I'd like to make a motion that we grant 45 to 60 days to give due diligence to the Board of Supervisors for them to be able to come back with some numbers and figures as to how they can salvage the building and look at other uses and purposes that don't inflict the safety. A community center and a bunch of little low people aren't going to hurt our children. And if we need to, we can put a fence between that particular school division and the parking lot. There's lots of things that could be creatively done as far as in regards to safety. So my motion would be to allow the Board of Supervisors 45 to 60 days to do due diligence and come back with the how-tos, the how they would.
All right, do I get a second for that? Can I move on with that? Can I get a second?
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's take a vote. District 1,
Yes.
District 3,
No.
District 4,
No.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2. No. So, motion dies 3-2. 2-3. Anyway, and I guess this kills the MOU as well, correct?
You need to vote on
You need
be a
to do the
separate-
MOU
has to be a
separately. All
separate.
right, let's have the MOU separate. Could I have a motion on that, please?
Well, you can.
To accept it or to not accept it?
Madam Chair, I make a
MOU.
motion that we do not accept the resolution.
All right, we do not accept this MOU. And
You need to tell the number of the resolution. It's
resolution,
Okay.
do not accept. the
R
resolution.
2025-49.
in the company and MOUs.
And does that have a number too? Hang on, can't get my paper. Whereas, and any accompanying MOUs.
Okay. So if I can repeat that. You are making a motion to not accept the resolution, to not accept Resolution R-2025 and the accompanying MOUs. -49. Oh, I missed that one, sorry.
That is correct.
Okay. And do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
All right. Let's have a roll call vote. District 1,
No, I do not support that.
District 3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
No, for the people.
District 2, yes. Motion carries 3-2.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on to comments by the board tonight. for comments by the board, and if you have something for next month's agenda.
Are we starting down here or what?
Ms. Hurd, you want to start?
I'll be glad to.
No. Oh, sorry. I called your name, but I looked in the other direction. But you go.
I was very pleased to be asked to participate in a JLARC study for investigating and understanding the process for the new accountability system that VDOE has come up with. Accreditation is what we've been using. It's like following the rules, and that's what we always said schools were accredited or accredited with, exceptions, what have you. This new accountability concept states how we did, and it was very interesting. I talked with some of our administrators here to get input or concerns they had, and I shared them. It was what was it? It was a Microsoft team meetup or whatever. It was over 3 hours, and I was able to share my concerns and the concerns that I learned from the staff here. It was very interesting because I got to be on the call with school board members from all over the state, just like Virginia, big and small. I have a list, I won't read that, but I'm very supportive of the accountability system, and if you will recall, there was a tentative analysis at Powhatan, and we do quite well in this measuring accountability. So we are truly delivering strong academics for our students, which make me very happy. So I felt very honored to be asked by the JLARC folks to jump in and give my thoughts on that. My goals for this year, we start a new year. I will always govern, as I've always said, with common sense. I will always want to raise the expectations of what I want for our students, because that's my number one priority. I will always put students and families first, and I will always carefully be a good financial steward of our board's money. I do want to bring up something that was mentioned tonight, policy BBAA on school board behavior. I've been very concerned, and maybe Dr. Taylor did not realize what he said at the Board of Supervisors meeting, but I went back and looked at it twice. I do not want anybody on this board to speak for me, or people have sent out emails from the school board that I know nothing about, that I've never read them or given my approval to that. That is totally against policy. And it's fine for you to stand up and speak on your personal opinion, but do not include members of the school board that have no knowledge of what is being said or what is being sent out. That is very inappropriate, and I would not do that to my fellow board members. I'm always very careful that I state this is my opinion. I'm not representing anyone else on the board. So with that, we just all need to be real careful that we make sure we do that so that it doesn't look like a person is representing the board. Thanks a bunch.
Next.
I'm sorry. I got confused. Okay. Just a couple of things. Mrs. Hurt, when you were talking about, board governance and things. So from what I understand, Dr. Taylor spoke that night, and he had the majority of the board permission to speak for them. So that's where he had my permission. He asked me, and I said yes, and he asked Ms. Smith, and she also said yes. I'm not sure where the comment about that we can't compare what we're doing to what the county is doing, and how somehow I insulted the county. I wasn't questioning the county's budgeting. It's a common practice to do where you move things around, and I know I've seen it before on county budgets where they have had to do that. So I don't appreciate being told that I'm trying to insult the county or I'm against that board or anything of that nature. Let's see. Our legal bills, that just is a recurring topic, and I am just over hearing about the legal bills. Our legal bills started because one of our board members recommended a person to come out here and represent someone and introduce that person, and they have done nothing but create havoc since they came here with the legal matters and putting pictures of Dr. Tigan accepting bags at a fundraiser by our attorneys that we pay. They don't pay us. There's been some insinuation that Sands Anderson is filtering money to us and giving us gifts, and that's how we keep Sands Anderson. That is incorrect. I have never had an attorney other than the one that does my will and trust. Again, it has been brought up. Another board member has used this legal representation personally. So if there was to be any question about it, it would be on that. We are using the best legal attorneys that we can have to protect our county and our students and our teachers and our staff from this advocate. And I just don't appreciate that, I'm being told that I'm not fiscally responsible because I used what we consider the correct attorney that other people have used on this board. I'm over being told that I'm not fiscally responsible. I'm hoping that with this MOU stuff done, we can move on. I am looking forward to the first day of school for all of our students, the ones starting Monday, the ones starting Tuesday, and the ones starting Wednesday. So I hope that we will get to come to the schools and say, welcome, with open arms. And I hope everybody has a great school year. Thank you.
My turn?
Your turn.
Well, I'd just like to say thank you to all of our staff, especially our teachers and our building admins for the hard work they've done the last 2 weeks, this week and last week. I got to participate in the Empower Conference a week ago Monday and sat on a panel about local government with Mr. Cook and his training there, and it was a blast to be able to participate in that. And I sat there with Mr. Powers from our Board of Supervisors, as well as Luther Cyphers, who's our state senator, and just a neat experience and be able to give our perspective to teachers and how to use that in the classroom as far as bringing awareness of local government. So just neat things that you guys put together in that conference to help our instruction to become better. So thank you for that, and all those central office staff that put all that together. So looking forward to school starting and going to have a great year.
Next.
To clarify a couple of statements, in regards to a board member sitting here that has brought an advocate into this county is so beyond false, it's disgusting. And to sit there and accuse that of another board member that has been elected in this county as an official, because if you went back to the beginning and you followed the trail, this particular advocate followed our superintendent here to this county. I was here that first meeting that Dr. Tigan was being presented to the community. We were all thrilled that she was hired for our community, and that advocate was here. She followed Dr. Tigan from Chesterfield to Henrico to Powhatan. So for another board member to to blatantly tell a false statement that that particular board member brought this advocate here, which has caused this legal havoc, is slander. Slander. To clarify a little more, you're tired of hearing about Sands Anderson. Well, guess what? That is the biggest chunk of money that we have spent in the last year and a half since I've been on the board, but even prior to that, with an open checkbook to defend other people's ego sitting on this board. Other persons on this board who have an ego, who I have heard, quote unquote, I want to bury them. We have these statements being made from board members that have been elected that you want to bury people and use our attorneys to do this, which is our taxpayers' money, for your own personal vendetta. Totally inappropriate. When we are questioning bills, we're questioning them because we have concern. And then when we have relief that that has been answered appropriately, then that individual can either let go and accept what the circumstances are. No, I don't feel that Sands Anderson is the best attorney. That's why you will continue to hear every single opportunity I have, because we owe it to our constituents in this county to put out an RFP. To squash the rumors that are out there that we have our chair best friends with the owner of Sands Anderson, or the top legal dog of Sands Anderson, that they're best friends and they've been friends for years. And then you have people who bring up donations that are being made to Sands Anderson. Yes, it's their money, but you know what? $500,000 for 1 year would buy me a smack more than 20 backpacks. So we owe it to our community to put out an RFP. Quote unquote, one of the board members, well, is cheap always better? It depends. If it's your money, I bet you it is. But when you're spending someone else's money, not a care to the world. Open checkbook. Do whatever you want. So, again, I would be very careful when you continue statements, and other board members are making statements, that one of our elected officials here brought an advocate into this county because she followed our superintendent. And we've also heard that we're doing a great favor. We're doing a great favor to our people here in our community by protecting our families from this advocate. You know what? Guarantee you she's probably not going to do any business here. And you know what? If we're doing a favor for the whole state of Virginia, then let other counties pick up the tab. Let them contribute to Sands Anderson's law firm bills, okay? Let Goochland and Buckingham or whoever, if we're doing such a great service by helping laws that other elected officials should be really focusing on, instead of us using our taxpayer dollars to have settle personal vendettas. No, I don't care for this advocate either. But I also know common sense when I'm going to walk away from the table because I've spent enough good money throwing it after someone else that's bad. And because this is where people in Powhatan County do not like government ruling over them. Government should be the voice of the people, not by the voice of the elected individuals and what they think should be done and how they think it should be handled. And clearly, your votes go that way. I'm finished.
Okay. I find it quite interesting that you are offended by others' accusations made here tonight, but right many accusations came out of your mouth just now. I'd like to address one of them, and that was between you and one of the public comments made here tonight about a conflict of interest regarding Angie Miles. Well, here's how I know Angie Miles. I don't, not really. I watched her as she was the news anchor on Channel 6 many, many years ago, and when she announced that she was leaving to go get married, she kind of dropped off. She resurfaced as a writer of children's books. She came as guest speaker to the Gamma Sigma meeting, and I bought a book from her. I bought another book from her just a couple of years ago over here in the at the African American Museum. And here's the thing, each time I had to introduce myself and tell her my name. So I don't think that Angie, as much as I would love to call her my very close friend, she isn't, but I do respect her very much for the things that she has accomplished in her life. Now, with that being said, I would like to say thank you to the staff and all who worked on the presentations given here tonight, because you truly were sharing the focus of our school division through those presentations, and I appreciate that very much. I also attended the Empower Conference on Monday, and what an excitement at the beginning and at the end as we witnessed the just stirring up of educators on our staff, but by our staff members as well. So it's empowering our people to share what they know to help others. And then again on Tuesday morning, I spoke to the new teachers who were coming into our school system and welcomed them here. I think that it is going to be a wonderful school year, and we need to look for positive, move forward on positive, focus on positive, and the accomplishments that these, not only staff, but also our students the goals they can reach by the end of this the 2025-26 school year. And for that, Dr. Toggin, your turn.
I feel this is horrible that we're all just having to clarify stuff. It's not the way the meeting should go. But just checking the dates will show that Candace Lucas was here long before I was hired as superintendent, and probably before anyone knew that the superintendency was even going to be open. So I just want to make that clear, that was a situation I inherited, as has many of the people that have come since then. But let's go to something positive. You know, our teachers have spent this week getting ready for a fantastic school year. It did kick off the week before with the Empower Conference, and our specialists and our teachers and our coaches, they all stepped up and gave some amazing presentations, and the energy was so high in every piece of it, whether you were in a room where you were learning, or, you know, in the big sessions, even the traditions of passing along the power spirit stick. Thank you.
Yes,
it is late.
yes, spirit stick.
You know, it is just, you know, it is who we are and what we do. And, you know, I hope that we can all look at the passion, why we came into these roles. We're here for kids. It is going to be a great day on Monday when we open our doors. We're going to get to see some different things. I'll send out a spreadsheet so that, you know, the board members can pick the schools they want to go to and when. It is looking different this year with, you know, on Monday, the two secondary schools will only have the incoming group of students, which is either our sixth graders or our ninth graders. And we're going to be able to see some of the leadership of some of our other students as they're helping the younger ones get acclimated to their new building. And we're really hopeful that this is going to have a positive impact, especially on our sixth graders as they make that huge transition from elementary school to middle. It's only a day, but it's hopefully a gift that's going to keep giving all year long. And I thank Mrs. Jarman and the calendar committee for bringing up something different for us to really try to meet the needs of our students. It's going to be a great year. It really is. we can focus on the students and focus on the things that we want to. I hope to be coming back where we're starting to do some work at really looking at kindergarten. Talked about it for, last year, and really want us to think about what are we doing there when we're bringing our kids in, and how can we change that experience to help them, be able to acclimate better to what, the expectations of school are and learning. So it's going to be, it is truly going to be an exciting year. And so I look forward to seeing everyone in schools and around on Monday, Tuesday, even Wednesday, if that's what works in your schedule. So if you don't see a time, put it down. Just make sure we keep it, only 2 at a time. I'm going to tell you, I'd also love it if you want to invite, your Board of Supervisor member to come with you. It's an opportunity for them to get in our schools and see what we do and get, because I don't think since I've been here, any of them have been in our schools. Maybe they have for their own children, I'm sure. Maybe, but, and if they have, that's great, but we should invite them more. So anyway, with that, I'm going to say back to public comment, I think, for the Madam Chair.
Public comment. And do we have any?
Yes. Mike Asa.
Okay, since you were here to hear me read the introduction, I'm not reading it again because you know how to behave at that podium, right?
I got it, Madam Chair.
Okay, and if not, I'm going to get your wife to straighten you out here.
Got 60 seconds.
She left.
I can, okay. You best behave. You're on camera.
Good afternoon, good evening. Just a quick thank you, I want to say. I want to end on a positive note. I want to thank Dr. Tigan, Dr. Prince, and those members of the board who have supported teachers and staff regarding the frivolous and repetitive due process complaints that have come your way. That took a lot of courage, and it costs a lot of money. That's right. And that was, I was glad also to work closely with Delegate Ware to attain passage of HB 2606 to stop that problem. My heart goes out to parents that are trying to advocate for their child and the well-being of their children with disabilities. I wish parents effective advocacy that resolves instead of just blames and vilifies staff in the process, and rises costs and keeps children out of the programs that they can benefit from. So I thank the board, and just wanted to end on that note that the ineffective advocacy is what drives up those costs, and vexatious and repetitive due process complaints with personally offensive conduct by certain advocates are being stopped thanks to the actions of this board and the staff here. Thank you.
Time's up. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Asa. (10:23). Meeting adjourned.